Hello, good
Um,
evening. Can you guys see me? Karen Lee couldn't make it. So
yes, I
I'm
see
logged
you.
in.
You good?
Hello. I'm logged in through the main ANC 1B um login. So I would just be ANC 1B tonight, I believe. Can't see my camera. Or I can't see my little video, but it's okay.
Do you need any help with like managing anything?
Honestly, everything right now.
If you want to pass me some co-host control, that way I can at least back you up at certain points. I'll let you run
Okay.
point, but like if you need me to step in and like let people into the room or display
Yeah, let's do that.
screen.
Let's do that. All right, Rachel Checkman, we were gonna go to a co-host. Booyaka. All right, this is a big step.
Oh my. Yes.
Cool.
Steven, how about time controls this evening? We should set them. They've never been set here. And so if we're going to set them, do we need to vote on them? And perhaps people get, I mean, like an ANC meeting, people get two chances, 2 minutes each per license. And I don't know how you're grouping things tonight, but perhaps we can agree on the ones we aren't protesting and just dismiss them right off.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's a great idea. I was about to try and just do like a real initial group before the meeting, and I spent about 25 minutes trying to figure out how to get on the Zoom. So didn't get a chance to do that. Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Um,
If
I'm looking for the timer controls in the Zoom as well. I think it's in the apps. It's in the apps.
it's
Yeah,
if they're on our list and
timer.
we've already done the homework for them, we'll speak to the ones that we have on our list. Am I correct?
Yes, Miss
Okay.
Gall, good evening.
Good evening.
Hoping to that yes, we will speak to them if you're on the list to speak to them. Um,
Yeah, I have a number of them that's on my list on tonight's meeting. I haven't plugged everything into the spreadsheet, but I've done my homework, but I've had a whole lot of other things, as you can imagine, on my plate.
Yeah, there hasn't,
yeah,
and the spreadsheet wasn't up today. I don't know if that's been fixed, right? You saw that chatter
It's
earlier.
well,
I saw a
it's
little bit of
working.
that.
It's working now.
Yeah, it's working. It was you can't log in, but you can still modify it.
Ah, okay.
Or,
That sounds a
or
little
I
sounds a little contraindicative, but
yeah, well, you know,
Okay. In terms of timer rules, I'm not sure. I think I might just apply as needed, especially if we have specific guests or if people giving time to. I'm going to apply it for, 2 minutes or 3 minutes. I might be a little arbitrary with that. I think in lieu of just trying to keep things moving, but will not try um, and try and be respectful of that. But I don't have a clear timer plan, and I don't want to spend too much time debating what a timer plan should be because we really want to keep moving forward. But
Stephen, I will, interject if I feel slighted because I don't know. Sometimes I can be slighted here because I speak a lot. So,
mhm.
and there's some I have demonstrative thoughts about. So, I'll do my best, but I may, push back a little if there's an item in front of us that you know, needs to be spoken to and about.
Okay, okay. Yeah, we would never doubt that you would push back against something, Frank. That would be we wouldn't we wouldn't want to see that.
I
We want
didn't
to see
promise
that.
you didn't.
Okay. And so I'm going to maybe recommend two, just well, we're kind of just quickly doing this. For the renewals, if there isn't, because they didn't get a chance to group them, if we feel like we don't want to vote to protest, we won't vote. And then at the end, for the ones that we didn't choose to protest, we can vote together on one vote to say we support these, or we do not choose to protest this in one vote, in one big group, whereas the ones we do protest will do individually. So does that make sense? Making sense?
Does
Thinking
it
like,
affect, okay, so what you're saying essentially is the ones that we're protesting, we're going to make sure that we individually indicate them because of the legal aspect of it, but the collective ones that we aren't protesting we'll list, but we will not vote on it individually. Is that what you're saying? Just for clarity.
yeah, basically, well, I mean, some people, there might be some disagreements in votes, but I'm assuming, I guess for the ones that were seeming like, if there's no motion, to protest, I don't know if example here, I mean, I don't know, Medina Knights, they have a settlement agreement, doesn't have an investigative report. We can have a quick little discussion about it, and then we could perhaps move that to, it would essentially be like a consent, our consenting vote. So we would kind of say, then we motion for Medina Knights and 801 that we support their applications and we don't recommend protests for them, just to kind of save the time of voting on them individually if there's no motion to protest, I guess. So I guess if there's a motion to protest, we vote, but if there's no motion to protest, instead we'll just vote at the end to say we support these licenses or we do not recommend voting on these licenses. Does that make sense?
It makes a lot of sense. I want to note preemptively that for the ones that I have on my list that I will be moving that they have a settlement agreement, I am going to notate that so that just for brevity of time, I know we have a lot on our plate, but
Mhm.
I'll if they do not have it, I will be making motions, a move that we enact a settlement agreement, especially since I have quite a few that haven't had one for 5 or 10 years. Okay.
Karen,
Okay.
will people that are offering for protest, will they be asked to sit in that protest administration? Stephen, will they be asked to go to the roll call meeting? Will they be
We're
asked to
supposed to
go
be
to?
the point of contact for that particular
Yeah,
ones that we have on our list.
we always would welcome that. For sure. Yeah, and I thank you, Frank, for keeping that in mind. We would always welcome that, or even just, outreach that could be done between now and the ANC meeting, which we do have about 3 or 4 weeks. Um,
Yep, yep.
to
But also, sorry, Stephen, I'm also concerned about people leaving, thinking they're in the wrong night. So if we don't get going, are people in the
Okay.
meeting already?
Yeah, I think they should be allowed in.
Yeah, I
Or
saw
yeah.
them out of the waiting room.
Actually have a question. I noticed there are 29 participants. When I click on that, I only see us. I would like to know the names of the other participants. Is there a way to make that visible so that I can see who is listening?
Can you click attendees? And when you click participants, it'll
I
bring
click,
up the screen.
Mhm.
oh, I see. Okay, attendees. Thank you
Mhm.
very much.
Welcome.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. All right. We're all feeling good. With that kind of the renewal discussion, the timer, um, discussion. All right. We're gonna do good. We're gonna have fun. It's gonna be all good. Okay. All right. Well, without further ado, I'd like to call the quorum of the meeting. Chair Commissioner Hanrahan present. Frank Chauvin,
Present.
Ms. Karen Gall,
Present.
Eileen Johnson,
Present.
Alex Smith,
Present.
Stephen Ruckers,
Present.
and Rachel Scheckman.
Present.
Yay, everybody's here. This is amazing. You guys are just all stars. Okay, with a full quorum.
Here to keep it at the same night. Sorry, had to say it.
I was thinking it, don't worry.
I'm never moving the meeting again, and I really promise. I promise. uh Started at 7,
Oh,
12
okay.
p.m.
I wrote that
Okay.
down. I'm never I'm never moving the meeting again.
Perhaps for the end of the year, at least through the end of the
Okay.
year.
All right.
At least the end of the year.
Okay.
Really, hopefully, ideally. I know I learned a lesson at the last commission meeting about that. Definitely, I'm taking a more, yeah, I'm not going to try to not move the meeting. Okay, our agenda. So first thing that I've been asked to discuss is a resolution from Commissioner Fay regarding from ANC 1B regarding the ABCA all-night operating hours. I'm going to share my screen. It's also in the agenda. Um, Here, and so this is Commissioner Fay presented this at the ANC 1B meeting. We ended up voting to send it back to the committee for thoughts. It is well written. It is poignant, and it can be extremely helpful in trying to have us establish some standards. Um, I think some of the details, really specifically around these clauses, the be it resolved clause of the operating hours, are are tricky to pin down. Uh, were tricky to pin down at the commissioner level talks. Um, and I think they also might be tricky for us to pin down here at the committee level. It seemed that based on a more recent conversation, it seemed that we kind of were in agreement that one, we oppose or we do not find acceptable indoor operating hours no later than 2 a.m. on weeknights and no later than 3 a.m. on weekend nights. That if a renewal license has hours, if a license that's up for renewal has hours later than that, and there is investigative history or serious complaints front that known by a commissioner or investigative history from OAG to protest and try and claw back those hours to that standard. And then the third thing was a little bit more tricky. We didn't quite we were having a hard time to pin down the kind of the real that summer garden entertainment, because we don't want to say that, hey, no summer gardens are, we don't want to have any summer gardens past midnight, or no summer gardens when a lot of places have it later and they don't have noise problems. But something maybe about, amplified sound heard from a summer garden,
And
or a summer garden with a external or like uh way in which the sound is coming from the garden. It's not covered, a non-covered summer garden. Um, Rachel?
yeah, I mean, the one argument that I'm going to say is it's really hard to get enforcement. I struggle with getting any sort of ABCA response in my neighborhood, and especially not in a timely manner. I think that maybe something along the lines of all summer garden hours after 10 p.m. are subject to review, and those with violations maybe can't have extended summer garden hours. And I say that because there's a number of operators that are currently impacting their neighbors heavily, and the thing that they have in common are two things. One, they have a summer garden with entertainment hours, and they're able to operate till 2 or 3 in the morning in those summer gardens. And two, I know that there's, some push for some changes to the regulations, But as the way the regulations stand now, it's really hard to get any kind of enforcement. And even when those regulations change, getting someone on site to do the inspection is almost impossible. And so I think that any sort of summer garden that has hours past 10 p.m. For entertainment, and also note that entertainment does not cover amplified noise. So it has to be entertainment and amplified noise
Agreed.
should finish at 10 p.m. Unless exceptions are made. Like maybe operators with good standing, or I hate saying that because I don't want to put operators that don't have violations can be put for consideration, and especially if they're not abutting residential homes.
Yes, agreed. Ditto. No, let's not call it abutting residential homes.
Oh
Let,
yeah, that's a bad term.
let's call it residential homes within maybe 75 feet of the property, of the venue, of the lot, of the, what do you want to call it? The licensee lot property line.
And be
Okay.
careful with the term residential, because then we don't include mixed use apartments. So it's within residences, not residential.
Rachel,
Yeah.
if
And
you don't
where's the
mind,
75 feet coming from?
it seems like a starting discussion. Unless you have a better idea, I am putting that out there because I know I'm deeply sort of entrenched in the dynamics of noise complaints in my neighborhood, off of 9th Street, off of 9.5 Street, off of 8th Street, off of Florida Avenue, off of, let me give 14th Street and V. I'm quite versed in the proximity, which they aren't abutting homes, but there's a proximity and a distance where noise has been heard and people have had to move and sell. And let me just repeat that: move from their homes, forced to move and forced to sell or forced to rent. And it has to stop because, and aside, I know Rachel made the point that ABCA doesn't enforce. They do, but it takes months and years, as many people in the
Well,
audience know.
Frank,
And
knowing that
it's
I know the history, I'm not talking about the history. What I'm referring to is I want to make sure that if we're saying 75 feet and it's if it's an arbitrary number, or is it something that we have already put in writing somewhere so that we
well,
can
I,
use it
I'm
as a reference
proposing it.
point.
I'm proposing it, and because the alternative is no parameter, and so I'm posing this because alleys are 20-25 feet. So it's about two alleys, 3 alley distance from a operator. And so, if they're within that distance, it's putting a distance versus just using a term that has no teeth. So I'm putting some
Right.
teeth here. So I'm happy to review it further. I'm happy to review it with the ANC at the ANC meeting. I'm happy to have continuing conversations with folks at the table.
Yeah.
But
Right, and
I'll leave it
I
at that.
understand. I just wanted to ask the question because we know that with the settlement agreements, one of the things that we extremely are urging is the noise complaints, and I wanted to sort of get a little bit of a background, not to belabor it, Chair, because we have to
Hmm.
move on with the
Yeah.
meeting.
I
But I
put just to
just
say I
wanted
put
to
five
ask
minutes on
that
the timer
question.
just to kind of check in with us on this topic. But
Yes, sir. I'm a table it until we get to that point. Thank you.
thank you, Ms. Gall, for raising that concern. Stephen Rutgers.
Yep. I guess I just want to have a conversation of what we consider residential. I know it was brought up a little ago. Are we considering single family homes, apartment buildings, mixed use apartment buildings that have retail underneath? Sort of what that, if we do a 75 feet rule.
It's with
Yeah.
respect to residential lots, Stephen. So if you are a resident on 9.5 Street, or in the 600 block of Florida or U Street Avenue, and you have a residential lot, that's the zone, then this would apply. And it appears we're punting on mixed use zones because of the complexity here. So anybody, like I have a 3-unit condo on 8th Street, not I, my neighbors live in a 3-unit condo on the 1900 block of 8th Street. That's in a mixed use zone, even
Mhm.
though right behind them is a club that's bothering them with noise. Okay,
Hmm.
so the only difference is that we're not covering mixed use because there's complexity. So I'm not saying we should be let off the hook. I'm not saying our efforts should be let off the hook, but we're not
Okay.
dealing with
All right.
mixed use.
Thank you. Thank you, Frank. That's a good point. Yeah, I think it's a great question. I think I do know we've heard that with some of the mixed use developments tend to be newer, there tends to be better soundproofing that's done as part of the construction there. I think we might see less complaints from mixed use neighbors than we do folks who are live in older row homes that have less uh modern soundproofing. But
I
I
mean,
think it's
I'm
something.
just gonna interject. I live within 75 feet of 2 nightclubs, and I have put in soundproofed materials into my walls and upgraded my windows and the base from those, and
Mhm.
base is not covered under OBCA regulations.
Mhm.
Both of them have outdoor entertainment in summer gardens. Both of them heavily impact me. I cannot get relief from OBCA, and I can't get enforcement. So just putting that out there, that I think the thing to for the entertainment hours and the um y- you know, we have that code coming out.
Yeah.
If music, amplified music or entertainment can be heard within 15 feet of a residential home, like home or apartment building, um, then that's the kind of the language that's in the ABCA Act that's coming out, the Amplified Sound Act. So, Karen, go ahead.
I think that's the number that we should go with instead of the 75 feet. I think we need to stick with what's in writing, what is being proposed, and we should use that as a starting point. Because and with all due respect for what Frank was saying, I think that's just way
Oh,
too you
sorry,
know,
Karen.
I know that's not time for me. I think that we should stick with the 15 feet, and because I can tell you, you're highly affected by the noise, that thumping and any, and so I think we need to work with what they already have in writing. So
Yeah.
that's my suggestion.
And just to add to that, it's not that we're saying you can't, it's that anything that is within 15 feet of a home
Yes,
or apartment
Mhm.
needs to be reviewed.
exactly. I agree. That's where I would use that as the starting number personally.
Okay.
Could I ask a question?
Yeah,
I'm,
please.
all right, I'm confused as to what we're doing procedurally because this was developed by the ANC and they asked us to look at it and discuss it and give them feedback. Is that the posture that this is in?
Yeah, I think so. They are asked to for the feedback. Unfortunately, this is kind of a really big issue, and this kind of gets to the crux of a lot of things we talk about at ABCR. And I I feel myself that I would really would like to return to this. I don't think that we're gonna. I put another 5 minutes on our clock, but I don't think we're gonna really. I don't know if we were able to really hash out this important details in something. Right now at this meeting, I think there's some sense of pressure to with some of these protests against bars that have all night hours. And I would like to my preference would potentially be to unfortunately maybe split the baby or kind of do two resolutions and one that kind of, I feel like everyone can kind of get behind that, we don't want expansion of hours going till 6 a.m. and that if a place has hours until um if a place has existing hours and they have extensive investigative history, then it's grounds for protest and review. But I think getting into some of these weeds on specific positions of 15 feet versus 75 feet and mixed use versus residential is really kind of nitty gritty. And I don't know if we have the ability to confidently vote or say or lend that discussion the importance it is tonight.
I'd like to motion that we support the prohibition against all-night clubs as outlined in this resolution drafted by the ANC, and that clubs be, per the resolution, be required to close at 2 and 3 weekday, weekend respectively for
Okay.
operating hours.
Um, okay. I don't know if I'm seeing clubs specifically, but I will
Licensees.
licensees, right? Okay. So I see a couple of hands. What can you repeat your motion, Frank?
My motion is to affirm the provision in the drafted ANC resolution
All the
on
provisions.
no, the one on late night, on all night clubs, that the late night is considered 2 and 3 p.m. weekday,
Mhm.
weekend respectively,
Mhm.
and therefore no 6 a.m. operating hours are to be
Okay.
extended.
Okay. Thank you. I think Alex, you had your hand.
Yeah, I just wanted to flag like the 15 feet herd. I think that can sometimes be potentially difficult for certain neighborhoods where the residences directly abut or residential homes directly abut nightclubs and bars in the back. And so if there's a summer garden in the back that is producing a lot of noise, but there's no access to anywhere near the back to get within 15 feet, it might be heard really loudly from within the home, but not be able to be verified by an ABCA inspector because the ABCA inspector can't get to that area in between the home and the club.
Okay.
The reason I'm sorry,
It's
Chair,
something no.
but the reason why I had mentioned that is because, like where I'm at, it's our alleys become like a tunnel system, and although you may not be, the 75 feet may be, it's a reach, but the 15 feet, it sounds like the noise is pumping directly into your home. It's it's even though whether you can reach it or not, we have these peaks and valleys in the area where the city streets and the alleys become like personal gramophones for the noise pollution.
Chair,
So
I
I
thought we were
just
tabling that issue.
actually, Frank, since I was talking, I was actually speaking. I'm referring to what Alex had mentioned. Is that clear?
Okay. Point of order. Thank you for the comment. Karen, I'm gonna call on Eileen now. Eileen?
Um, I had a clarification question on the motion because Frank, you explicitly said no 6 a.m. Operation, and as you read the document, that's inferred that there's no 6 a.m., but I just wanted to be clear on that. And it seems to me that the points of contention, if that's a fair way of characterizing it, would only be with the final be it resolved. But I think all of the whereas clauses we are in agreement with. And the first resolved and the second resolved and the third resolved. So it's only the final resolved that would seem to really be
Mhm.
what we're
Mhm.
grappling with, if that's a
Mhm.
fair way to
Mhm.
say
So
it.
you're
And I'm,
saying,
yeah.
mhm. So you're saying you would support all the, basically all the with the content of this, up to maybe here, up to these more specific clauses here.
Um, well, I support that also. I support
The
all
rest
of
of
it.
those,
I
in
was
terms
just
of
sort
what
of
we're
showing
grappling
us that
with.
we actually really are in agreement with this document. And it's just a question of, do we feel comfortable going ahead and stating a hard stop at 3 a.m.? I'm comfortable. Um, I think 3 a.m. is fine, except
Hmm.
I don't see anything that's talking about, there is no outdoor entertainment hours, but this does not address cafe entertainment or cafe noise. And so that to me seems to be a missing piece. A sidewalk cafe,
Sideway Cafe and
sideway
Sim
cafe,
and
summer garden
Summer
type.
Garden.
No,
Yeah.
I haven't
It
actually
does,
seen a
Eileen.
lot of, hang on, Frank. I haven't actually seen a lot of establishments where they're talking about music at the summer garden, but I feel like if it's not included, then it can be interpreted to
Hmm.
be excluded. So,
Yeah. Yeah, I see Commissioner Kensick's hand is up in the audience. I'm going to allow him to talk. And then I think we need to vote on a motion for this or something. We need to kind of keep moving along. Commissioner Kensick, you still here? If he comes back, we can listen to him.
I
Does
think
anyone?
we have
I'm
to
sorry.
let him
Yeah,
hear.
I apologize. I'm sorry. So yeah, Stephen, I agree with everyone, what everyone's saying. I do think that we need to just compartmentalize the whole 6 o'clock out the window. I mean, as Chair said at the last meeting, this 15 to 17 thing, it's a tough deal because you have areas that I'm up against, like with turfs that's less than, I'd say about 15 feet. They can clearly get in these areas, the inspectors, if they choose to actually take their asses and walk back there and do it. And then they're also invited, they're allowed to go into homes if the people let them in. So the point is to see what the decibel level is reading at. If it's reading over, I think 51 or 55, that's a violation. So, some of the stuff I think that because of the timing and everything that we have on our plates, meaning the committee and yourself, and the deadlines we're up against, we should try to streamline this and definitely put a vote in to make sure that we say no to 6 a.m. That's it, done, out the
Yeah.
window. And just keep it at that. Just
Yeah.
kind of like similar when Commissioner Chauvin was in
Yeah.
office, he put they pushed for a moratorium and it happened. It took us a little struggle, but we got through it. So that's where I think we should definitely pay our concentration to right now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mr. Rutgers.
Yep, I mean, I think we all pretty much agree that the 6 a.m. should not be a thing. So, I mean, I know there's a lot of nitty-gritty details with the 15 feet and outdoor garden. So I'm definitely in favor of voting for a
Okay.
resolution that states the no 6 a.m., but sort of let's come back and do some more research and talk about the number of feet and stuff for outdoor gardens and what that sort of means for the businesses and residents.
Okay. Do you want to put that in a motion, Ms. Rutgers? I feel like you said that.
I'll retract my motion originally because
okay, good.
I don't think we're really debating it.
Yep.
I'm happy I'd actually like to replace my motion with a consensus that generally, we're in support of this drafted document on
Mhm.
licensee operations. I'd like to say that, and that we would just like some fine tuning around the edges.
Mhm. Okay. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second. Okay. And any further discussion on this? All right. All in favor? please raise your hand. Okay, 6 hands. Okay, we'll get to this. All right, the motion passes. Thank you. Okay, stay tuned for next steps on that, and motion passes.
But could just for my own brain, could somebody read to me what we just passed, the motion that just passed?
The motion, my understanding is the motion passed, that we will return to discuss the nitty-gritty of the summer garden hours, of entertainment, of perhaps the distances of feet, definitions of residential abutments, but that we fully support expansion, no expansions of hours till 6 a.m., as well as the whereas clauses that are stated above.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Awesome. All right. Moving on, we got the Noise Amendment Act. I know Frank and Rachel have put a lot of great stuff in email about this act. This seems really exciting. This seems like a really big ABCR win here. I would like us to have a resolution on this. Does anyone have, I'm opening up to discussion. Does anyone have any best ideas of how to go about that? Do you guys want to draft something? It seems that, do you want to have a discussion here about the specific Noise Amendment Act? I would love to have drafted something. Have been very busy. Do we? I think I would like to have. I think it would. I would like to have the ANC vote at the next commission meeting with a resolution in support of it. But that, unfortunately, think seeing just everything going on, we might need to work offline on that. But Frank.
Yes, Rachel and I brought this to the table through a coalition of folks off of 14th and V, off of 9.5 Street, off of 9th Street, off of 8th Street, off of Florida, 800 block, 700, 600 block of Florida, 600 block of U Street. Folks that have been having problems with sound entering their apartments and having to move, having to rent their apartments and move, having to sell and move on. So this act was drafted by the mayor's office, introduced to the council this past Monday. And we do not have a hearing date yet, so I expect we have plenty of time. Hearings don't just pop up in a week or a few days. Usually there's a month or 2 months notice, so I expect we have plenty of time to put a motion together to approve or support this piece of legislation. And just real quickly, I'll give you the 3 points that this legislation offers. One, it now it throws out the window that horrible standard of having to go into a residential unit to hear sound by ABCA staff. Okay, so it throws it out and it creates that 15-foot exterior buffer. So if ABCA staff hears the noise 15 feet within a residence, within a residential zone outside, that takes the place of having to enter a residential unit. So that's a big win for all these communities that I delineated for all of us, all of our neighbors. 2, secondly, that it defines base as a standard that is also adjudicatable, is a violation. Before it was just ignored, there was no measurements for it. It would say, oh, it doesn't exist, you're not having a problem. This is for the last 30 years. People have been told that. Okay, so this thing corrects that. A few decades overdue, but happy to have it on the table. And lastly, there's another third piece, and it's eluding my mind at the moment. Rachel, do you remember what that third piece was?
I don't have it in front of me right now.
So when I have the third piece, I'll bring it. I'll put it in the chat. But I say that we move on and work on a resolution between now and the next meeting.
Okay, and I'm going to quickly call on this call, but before that, I just want to clarify. So we have time, right? So this goes to hearings. You're suggesting that even if the ANC voted on a resolution at their early December meeting, that would still be enough time, so therefore we could discuss this at our November ABCR meeting?
Expectedly so. Yes.
Okay. All right, okay, that's good to know. That could be good to know. That could be good to know. Ms. Gall.
I just wanted to ensure that while we are working on these type of resolutions, that because we have been going through, we've been taking a considerable amount of time to look at these settlement agreements, and they tend to they need to be extended. And when we're talking about our noise requirements, that we want to make sure that they're in compliance. But we're real clear about some of the measures, the sound mitigation measures that we're specifying. I hear about the base, which is understandable, and things change as the years move along. But we want to make sure that some of these things are sustainable. Where we're talking about the doors and windows being closed, the general information that's in should be in all the settlement agreements. We need to make sure that they consistently have a security manager that is always present when there is noise complaints, whenever there's an issue. And the summer garden information about when they have their doors closed, and the patrons in the residential proximity information needs to be clarified. And I just think that it just needs a little bit more homework, but that's just my only request. But
What do you mean needs more homework? You think the Noise Amendment Act needs
I think
more homework?
I think that we need to make sure that we are asking, we are
Our resolution needs more homework?
the resolution can have just those little add-ins. That was it. Nothing. I think
Okay.
I'm really highly supportive of this, but I just think that it can have a little bit more bite to it. That's my
Okay.
personal
Okay.
take on it.
Thank
But
you.
that's it. Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna add 5 more minutes to the time, and then I'm also going to
I don't need any more time.
I think we have two hands up in our audience. I'm going to going to allow Commissioner Barrio to speak, and then we also have Suda after, but I will jump to Francois first. Commissioner Barrio.
Hello. Very quickly, I just wanted to get the committee's thoughts on whether or not the commission should issue a brief letter in support of the Nightlife Amendment Act, just in order to state the commission's position on it at our next meeting in November. And then there could be a follow-up resolution with more detailed thoughts and feedback. I wanted to throw that out as a possibility.
I don't personally see the reason. I mean, there's no rush.
It sounds like what Frank is saying, that we have enough because it still hasn't gone to the hearing. It's just been introduced, that we have time, we have the ability to return to this and write something more extensive. Yeah, there is no deadline.
But apart
Actually,
from the fact that there's no rush, is there a reason not to do it?
actually, I agree with you, Eileen. Commissioner Barrio, Francois, I think it's a great idea because it might elicit help from our at-large council members to support the bill and to get right in there. And it's a reason to contact our our legislators on the issue. So I think it's a good idea, actually. You're right, Eileen.
Okay. Do we want to draft something after this meeting offline over the course of the next couple of weeks? I can try to put together something from what Rachel and Frank,
I
or
was about to say you could use my draft as a basis if you
we
want.
could use your email literally as a basis. And we could
I would
put it.
definitely modify it, but yeah, you feel free.
Okay. Would the committee feel comfortable if we used Rachel's letter to, all right, I'm gonna motion that we use the basis of Rachel's letter, and
People
then
might want to see it. That's the only
share
thing.
it before the commission meeting, circulate it amongst our committee members before, and then vote on it at the commission meeting.
I
Second.
second it. And I second it, but also can we, Rachel, are you open for additional input
Yeah,
as
I'm
well?
happy to help with this. This is something that's actually near and dear to my heart because I think that having good enforcement and solid regulations will stop putting businesses and communities in conflict with each other because it holds everyone to the same standard.
I agree. I'm in agreement with that, but I second your motion, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex?
I was
And,
just going to say, before we vote on the motion, I'd love to hear, I know Suda is one of my neighbors, and
okay.
she might have some helpful feedback on what we put into this letter just before we
Okay.
vote on a motion.
Tetsuha.
Everyone, thank you. So I live on 9.5 Street, right where all of the noise from you and all of the noise from Ninth enters our home. And this bill actually, Frank and I and Alex and our one neighbor who moved away worked on for over the past 2 years with Mr. Musali at ABCA. We were meeting with him like every 6 weeks and then giving him feedback on this. Some of the feedback he took, some of the feedback he didn't. I do think that this bill is a step up from the current situation, but I don't think it's going to address any of the noise issues in this particular hub of the neighborhood. I think it will help maybe neighbors that know exactly where the noise is coming from, like Thirst, for example. I think that area, those neighbors have honed in that Thirst is the one that's causing them stress. In this neighborhood, the issue that I run into over and over, and I think Rachel's experienced some of this, is that I've called ABCA thousands and thousands of times over the past however many years I've lived here. They don't have staff to send to my house. Even if they do, and um, they can hear noise, they never issue fines because they revert to we don't know which bar it's coming from. So while it's nice that I now don't have to let them into my
Sure.
house, even if they're standing right outside my house and they can hear the noise from the multiple venues that are blowing noise into the street, I think we're going to run into that same exact problem. So that's definitely one change I would love to see kind of recommended by this group and the ANC to the council. So I guess I was wondering, how do I provide this feedback, and or what is the proper channel to provide this kind of feedback, and for you and the ANC to consider making that recommendation to
Mhm.
the council?
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think you're in the right place. Right, and I guess ideally we would have like a more extensive discussion on this, on that feedback, and maybe even have like a draft that we can even like be looking at. And so I think the feedback, the best way to do that would be if we could include you in this mini letter of support slash comment working group that will be the committee. And it sounds like Rachel and Ms. Gall here, and we can kind of include your feedback and comments on this on letter of support slash comment on the legislation. Suha, how does that sound?
Um, I think that sounds good. Just, I'm sorry, Stephen, just because I'm new here. So there's going to be a working group that kind of goes back and forth on the language, and that is that what you're saying? And then that working group would make recommendations to the larger group.
Yeah, so working group is a bit of a loose title. I think so. The motion that we have on the table is we um, send a letter of support to the at-large council members and the council members as well, that kind of states the point of view and perhaps things that ways that this legislation could even be improved upon or take things um, further. We because we don't have that at this committee meeting, and we seems like we have some time to do it before the commission meeting. Um, that process just might take place a little informally over email, with perhaps a draft shared before the commission meeting and then voted on at the commission meeting. So it'd be kind of be like an informal way to kind of draw in these different comments and feedbacks into a document, and we could vote on it.
Okay. Yeah, and I mean, I will follow your lead. I think my concern is, I'm worried that if there's a letter going out saying there's a statement of support without the additional, we would like to see some areas strengthened. Um, that's my concern, that we're somehow going to miss the opportunity to provide that feedback. But as long as there's an opportunity, that's fine.
The working group is going to sit down and talk about those points.
Oh, okay, wonderful.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's what Stephen was saying.
Okay, perfect.
You're going to be invited to add your comments.
Just like to add that there'll be at least one hearing, if not more, where we will ensure folks are at that hearing and before the council to weigh in on our important points. So plenty of time.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The hearing, that will be a time for, yes, for like public testimony. Yeah, that's probably the biggest way. Thank you for that. But okay. So I'm hearing there is a second for this motion to kind of work on this letter of support in this working group on email, kind of informally offline, to try to draft a letter of support before the commission meeting. And if we don't get to some place in agreement, we can bring it back to the committee level and discuss at our next November meeting.
And the actual deadline to have this done is, can you state that for the record, please?
I don't think we know. I don't think we know yet. It's within the council legislation. I'm not too familiar with that process, to be honest. We can ask the council member representative.
Well, 10 days before the ANC meetings. Stephen, 10 days before the ANC meeting to get it in front of the ANC.
Oh, to get it from the ANC. Yes. 10 days before the ANC meeting. Yes. Yeah. I'd say at least like seven days before the ANC meeting, to get something, to have this letter before the ANC. Yes.
Yeah, I thought it was very important to make sure that we have that in the record. That's all.
Okay.
Could I add just a friendly amendment that this is a letter to support and with an opportunity to gather feedback from the neighbors for improvements, like a support but improve?
Yeah, I support that. So I think it could be an opportunity to. It would be a working group. So the work in the essential of the nature of it will be these things can be hashed out, and language can be shaped through that process to improve it. So it's a letter of support and comment. Oftentimes, I think letter of support by its nature sounds a lot of times letters of support say, I support this and also, wish this could be improved upon. I think that is kind of in the nature of letters of support, even though the title just says support. But we can amend the motion to include that will be, there will also be language to improve upon the legislation as well.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. Any more discussion on this motion? I'd like to call a vote. All in favor of support, please raise your hand. Okay, great. The motion passes unanimously. Yay. Thank you all. Okay, we are doing all right. After the protest, the ANC protested multiple licenses at its last meeting. They're all available in the tracking sheet. Please review that to keep updated. If you feel particularly strongly against a specific license, we welcome your volunteering to help attend a roll call hearing or help do outreach for an amended settlement agreement or a settlement agreement in general. Frank, do you have your hand up? Maybe you just left it up.
Nope, left it up. Sorry.
Yeah, so I think again, that's all available on the tracking sheet. And I think we're going to try and reach some settlement agreements with folks. Some of them unity. It sounds like that might go to protest. We're not sure. But they are all available there. And if anyone has any particular gripes on the ones we protested, again, we would like welcome your participation in the protest process. Please feel free to let us know. Any questions on that? Cool. All right, hearing none. Okay. Only at we're at 8 o'clock. We're doing all right. Moving along. So now I think we're going to turn to our new business section. New licenses. So the first one that we have is one the ANC voted to protest preliminarily, with really the main goal in mind of sending it back to the committee level, because we did not get to discuss it at the committee level. I believe Matt Menora maybe on the call, or was on the call, or maybe he's on the call, discuss from Buffalo Billiards, and that this license is for Buffalo Billiards. To give some context, I've been working extensively with Matt on the phone and on email, kind of hashing out some of these specific stipulations in the settlement agreement. I feel that the settlement agreement is in a pretty good state, a pretty good draft that addresses some of the concerns raised about the sidewalk cafe, having people sell alcohol there. Instead, it's just no alcohol will be allowed past midnight and 1 a.m. on weekends. There are concerns about deliveries in the bike lane and having to try to utilize loading zones or the rear of the alley. And we also discussed extensively about the arts overlay and the zoning for that. Kind of walk through it. It does seem like that they have that kind of cross-verified that there is the allowable space on their block, but we wanted to just bring it for the committee again to be good, to be respectful of the committee's wishes and the boundaries here for process. But I'm going to allow Matt to speak if he's here. He wants to discuss, and I think if anyone has any really specific questions, that would be helpful.
Yep. Thanks, Commissioner Hanrahan. Appreciate the introduction. That's pretty much sums up where we're at. We had a settlement agreement ready to go, but because there wasn't a quorum last month for this committee, we got kicked back to the committee for review again now. So if there's any questions or concerns about the draft, happy to discuss them, but hopefully there really shouldn't be any, and this should be a pretty quick section of the meeting.
I'm going to go with Eileen.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. I do want to state opposition to a 3 a.m. closing for the sidewalk cafe. I don't think that it promotes peace, order, and enjoyment of the neighborhood at all. There is substantial concern from neighbors on T Street and neighbors on Wallach Place about that late hour. And one of the things that many people don't understand is that when there is an outdoor gathering, the gathering tends to just keep on moving over to the residence, and the party just continues to move versus indoor entertainment, indoor gathering, where then people leave and it's maybe time to go home. I also am concerned about people coming to the neighborhood to go specifically there because of the 3 a.m. sidewalk cafe. And it's very disruptive to have your sleep disturbed at 3 and 4. If it's open until 3 a.m. outdoors, what is going on with the screen?
Am I sharing screen right now?
Yeah,
Oh,
you were
sorry about
sharing.
that.
Yeah.
I've been sharing it the whole time. Sorry.
No, that just occurred. Anyway, I think that my I seem to recall at some point hearing something to the effect that the 3 a.m. cafe hour was to enable control of queuing. That's not rational to me. I don't understand that, but I'm opposed to that term entirely.
Thank you.
I
Thank you,
think it
Elaine.
should be I think it should be an earlier close
If I
of
can
the sidewalk
just
cafe.
just quickly point something out. So I think and I would like to get Matt to respond to this, but I think just to kind of mention what the sidewalk cafe is, I mean, I think we're something along the lines of just the very footprint of what is allowable here is a very small area. This is sidewalk cafe is something that's maybe the size of the one of Bar Pilar. It's not going to hold an immense amount of people. Um, I asked them specifically to not have alcohol be served or consumed out there in those later hours because of those reasons of congregation, and to just kind of make it a place where people might get out, step out, call their Uber, and then head home, or queue to get in the place when they're coming in, and as a place to kind of help the business manage people. But again, I just want to point out on Google, this is not a very large space.
No, it's not a very large space. In fact, it's a very tiny space. I have a hard time envisioning where tables will go. There's the tree box right there. There is a one plot of cement there before the raised platform. It won't go on the raised platform, I imagine, because that would interfere with entering and exiting. So then that part of so where would it go? Because there's no space there.
Uh,
So can we address
Matt,
these questions, please?
yes,
So in
please.
terms of the space, it will be very small. Obviously the AD accessible ramps are going to stay there. It'll be a small flat portion there. They're very small tables and chairs. And to your point earlier about the hours, just broadly, these hours are literally the same ones as Bar Pilar next door. So to say it's out of character just isn't correct. I can go through a list of other licensees on this block that have hours for outdoor that go until 2 or 3 a.m. But that's not really the point here because our hours of alcohol are going to stop earlier than that. So that anything that's going to be done afterwards is really going to be a space for either A, queuing in, B, more exit or more orderly exit if there's people leaving sort of all at once, but really C, so if people want to step out and, like I said, call an Uber, smoke, something like that, wait for a friend to pick them up, they don't have to go out into the street. It really is once the hours of alcohol have ceased, which again, that's not the last call out the side, that's the all alcohol has to be taken off the patio kind of thing. It's really a spot for people to wait before they leave for the remaining portion of the evening until 2 and 3.
People don't need a cafe to call an Uber. People don't
But
need a
excuse
sidewalk
me, excuse me.
dedicated
If we
place to
don't,
call an Uber.
if we don't have the hours for that, then they can't even stand there without alcohol. That's how it works with ABCR licensing. The closing hours means everybody's off that particular space, whether it's indoor or outdoor. So even if we want to have them stand outside where they're waiting for a car or smoking a cigarette or something without having to get into the public space, or is either the greater public space, the unobstructed sidewalk area, this is the only way to get it done.
Okay, I don't want to debate you. You've made your point. I've made my point. I would like to see that pushed back to 2.
Noted.
Thank you, Eileen. We have Commissioner Kensick in the audience.
Yes, hi. Thank you guys, and I apologize earlier. I was on a train. So I appreciate the gentleman's comments. I agree with Eileen 100%. Looking just at that ADA ramp, you have to have a certain amount of feet for a clearance of 36 inches, and I'm thinking that's about 36. It's a really tight area. And to Eileen's point, what is the point of having a transition space from 2 to 3 to get people to get Ubers, kind of sit around? It doesn't really make sense. And I don't also care the fact that, I know owners how they work and they want to get their business open as long as they can. To say, oh, this person has had it for this long everything's different there. Like Bunker is downstairs in the basement. It's not all apples on apples. No, there, even if it's on the same street, it's different layouts. There's different neighbors. There's different areas. So to encroach in these little tight gap of an area, and possibly even impose into an ADA compliant lane, that's not going to be good. And I don't understand why it needs to be open till 3 a.m. I don't get that for a sidewalk patio. The only sidewalk patio I've seen be successful around here is Tate, and it's because it's during the daytime. And as long as Chairwoman Gal doesn't mind, have you seen any issue with that, Chairwoman Gal? We have a good space there. It's clean, but they're not open till 3 a.m. in the morning.
And it's not a bar either, so it's
that's
that's a
correct.
whole
Yes,
nother
ma'am.
different thing.
So
But,
may
but
we
yes,
respond
it's a
to
beautiful
Commissioner?
Yes.
setup.
Yes.
So the
I
ultimate design obviously has to be reviewed by DDOT and the Public Space Committee. So we might be able to get 20 people in there, but if we don't apply for 20 people, then we're stuck at the lower number. So it's worth putting in what could potentially be there, even if we're stuck with 15. But we're bound by the size and scope of what the Public Space Committee of DDOT says once that hearing comes to fruition. In terms of the hours, I wasn't talking about Bunker or up 14th Street. I was talking about this particular block of 14th Street. I'm talking about Bar Pilar, literally right next door, has hours until 2 or 3 in the morning. Salazar has its summer gardens till 2 and 3 in the morning. That's the same block. Cork Wine Bar has its Garden District has its sidewalk cafe summer garden hours till 1:30 and 2:30 in the morning. I mean, we didn't pull these numbers out of nowhere. We picked numbers consistent with the licensees around us. Whether or not they avail themselves to those hours every night is another story, but that's what their ABC licenses allow for.
Yeah, all right. So Matt, that's a great point. So let's take down the last one you just stated about the outdoor garden on 14th Street that's facing 14th Street. That is built solely really for an outdoor garden. I haven't really seen them open much past 2 o'clock, to be frank. So you're saying 2:30. You started razzling off a couple of other names there as well, Matt. My question is the history of these places? How long have they been open? How long have they been doing it for? How much space do they have on these sidewalk cafes? I know you say you want to put it for 20 because that's what the minimum is. Otherwise, they're going to not really look at you as being a contender. However, realistically, I mean, I'd be happy to get 2 of my big toes in that space. And I'm a pretty big person. You're going to get maybe 8-10 people to 3 a.m. in the morning. Again, I don't really understand it. I don't understand the logic.
Commissioner Kensick and the committee, I think first of all, I mean, I think Buffalo Billiards has already agreed to not have alcohol be served or consumed in this space past, I think, midnight on weekdays and 1 a.m. on weekends, which
Correct.
seems
And that's in the settlement agreement.
That's in the settlement agreement, and I think that seems reasonable for addressing some of these concerns about loitering and congregating and noise and partying. This is really unlike Garden District, which is entirely a summer garden. This and like most of the bars on 14th Street existing, this is really a space that help the business help maintain public space by keeping it's just a buffer. It's really a buffer zone in front of the business to help people buffer them so they don't just come straight out on the street and then drunkenly walk into the bike lane and get hit by a bike. That they stay in this little fenced off area here and wait for their friend to call an Uber, et cetera, that they don't, just walk into where someone is having a wheelchair and walking through this way. It's a way to help them and help us maintain the public space better. So I think
I think you're confusing locations, Chair.
Yeah,
That's Bar Pilar's.
that's Bar Pilar over there
space
that you're
Right.
pointing to.
And my understanding is, and like there's other bars further down on 14th Street, like I think there's like a Blackjack, a Black Whiskey, where it's a similar concept, where it's, there's not so much, it's not that they are, it's part of the bar. There's gonna be maybe in the day, there might be some tables there or something like that. But at night, it's really a place to help corral people and manage them in a better and more orderly way.
But it's not.
Well,
if
if
the infrastructure is not set, if it was set up like Bar Pilar's already, I can.
Matt, do you think the
what you're
infrastructure
saying.
will be set up similarly to Bar Pilar?
When you say infrastructure, you mean having the gate around it?
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably going to be similar to that, but I can't speak to the final design because it's so far in the process. The Public Space Committee designs haven't even been submitted yet. But it will be
Hey,
something. It's going to be very small. I mean, obviously, you're not going to be
Yeah,
approaching
they
the ADA ramp. It's going to be that small portion of free sidewalk that's kind of partially blocked by the tree, abutting Bar Pilar.
yeah.
um,
It's really my understanding is it's even something more aligned to like St. X. But St. X has alcohol where you can be drinking out here until 3 a.m. And they do. This is going to be similar to that, but you won't even be able to drink.
Point of
well,
order, can't we
I want to say
separate?
something. I want to say something, Stephen. I
Okay.
live in this neighborhood. I live very close to here. I know what it looks like. And so I'm speaking from observation and closeness. I don't think you do, and I don't think you can make that same claim. Additionally, I want to make the point of I'm not sure what the rush is for this settlement agreement when there isn't even a CO. I don't understand. We have plenty of time to continue to
No, we don't have plenty of time
hash
to
out
solve
the
this stuff.
settlement. I'm speaking.
I'm sorry, I thought you finished. I
No,
apologize.
I didn't. Thank you. We have plenty of time to continue conversation. And quite frankly, um I'm not too positive about the kind of dismissive attitude that we've heard regarding the arts overlay. I understand, Stephen, that you believe that you have seen everything you need to see with respect to the available space. I would actually like to see what the zoning commission actually said in its full form and not a excerpt of it. It's not a confidential document. I don't understand. So I'm not sure why we're rushing, but I am going to vote to protest this in its current form.
Okay. Frank, your hand is raised, sir.
Yeah, I don't understand the rush either. I will vote to protest for on the grounds of peace, order, quiet, and over concentration. So when we're ready to vote, I will be asserting that motion. However, there wasn't a meeting before. There was no meeting of this committee. So I have some questions that should have been answered from the last committee. The last time we didn't meet because there was no quorum. I'd like to know, we're comparing all of these operations here in the 1800 block of 9th Street with their summer garden. The problem is there's a little factor left out. Nobody on this block has a 500 person occupancy, and that's what you're requesting. That's my first question. Mr. Menorah, is that correct? You're asking for 500 persons occupancy in this location. Is that correct?
The total occupancy load as part of the ABC license application is 499. That's because large portions of this are standing room because there's billiard tables.
All right, thank you for that. Another question regarding your operations. This is an operator who used to operate in DuPont. Am I correct?
Correct.
All right, and has that club ever had any violations of the code? And have there ever been any complaints about your operations?
I can't speak to what the investigative history was to an establishment that's been closed now for the better part of a decade.
Yeah, I think that's, yeah.
All right, the same owners are the same owners
Yes.
operating. Okay.
So
All right.
that,
Well, I
so in
believe.
that regard, they have decades of experience operating licensed establishments in DC, in
Yep.
DuPont
Yep.
Circle, in Penn Quarter, and elsewhere.
Yep, thank you. And your 500 person occupancy is a little large. So that will have an exact impact on adjacent residential homes within a block. So I would like to see a map of where you're putting these 500 people. You can't have 500 people in this building with how many pool tables? I mean, can we add to the settlement agreement the pool table layout? And your bar layout, because it appears to me with 500 persons that this is more going to be an entertainment venue for bands. And so I'm really not understanding your business model. Can you help me understand and maybe obtain a copy of the floor layouts and their use? Because that's very important as we consider your application here.
Mr.
So
Chauvin,
to be
we
clear,
have,
I was going to say we did send the floor plans to the ANC when these placards came out. And the reason why there's a bit of a time crunch on this is because if we don't have a settlement agreement before the middle of November, we have to start the protest hearing process. And that's an ABC call, that's their timing, not ours. So that's
Yeah,
why
I
there's a
mean,
bit of
I mean,
And to the
I would,
point, sorry,
Matt,
to your
Matt, did you said you did say send the floor plan over?
yeah, it was included in the PDF that I sent to you all last month.
Okay, I'll try and look for that again.
and can I finish my
Well, I was
comments?
actually still responding to you, Mr. Chauvin, if I can. To say 499 is large, I mean that's the zoning breakdown. I don't know what you mean. You want us to have a floor plan that shows 499 people standing within it. I'm not really sure what that's supposed to include, but this 499 includes both staff and employees now. That's the way the Department of Buildings recites their certificates of occupancy. So we do have to include the potential maximum, patrons and staff included in this, the occupancies and ABC licenses going forward, because the Department of Buildings has now started including employees and staff members on the certificate of occupancy, whereas before it was simply patrons. So the numbers, honestly, from here on out are probably going to be higher than we're expecting, not for this establishment specifically, but almost any going forward if they're getting a new CO.
Thank you for that detail. I appreciate it. Just a few more follow.
Frank,
are you-
Frank, I'm going to give you 30 seconds here.
We missed our meeting last time, so I wasn't able to ask these important community questions, Mr. Chair. And so I would like to know about obtaining. I don't think we're in a rush here. We're in a November rush, and that's fine. I think we have plenty of time to review the settlement agreement. And so therefore, and its components, and include a copy of the floor plans and the use, because again, I am quite confused, because it looks to me, if you're trying to get 500 persons in here in this space, that it appears to me to be more of an entertainment venue, a drinking venue, than a billiards venue. And so I raise that concern again.
Mr. Sherman, with all respect, then what number do you makes it okay? Just it seems very arbitrary, is all I'm saying.
Sorry about that.
Yes, I think 500 is arbitrary if we don't see a map and how it's being used.
Okay, he said that Mr. Menorah said he has the map. It's sent over. I do not have it up in front of me right now, but I will find that, and I will reshare with
And
the
obviously,
committee.
ultimately, the occupancy that we end up with is what's decided by the Department of Buildings. They review the layout, they do the formula to say seating versus standing. 15 square feet per person versus 7 square feet per person, plus the back of the house and employees. So we have to sort of make estimated guesses as to where we could end up.
With all due respect, Mr. Menorah, I do have to say that a Department of Buildings occupancy of 500 or 499 is different than what ABCA might allow for.
It's irrelevant. We've been over this.
It is quite relevant. It is quite relevant, because if we protest and we're not convinced the place is going to be a billiard hall, but instead an entertainment venue, and that the ABCA use only needs to be 500 to support a drinking venue versus 250 to be a billiards venue. That's a very important consideration.
But again, that's an arbitrary distinction you just made right now.
Well, I will respond to an accusation that it's arbitrary. Setting it at the Department of Buildings occupancy is arbitrary. ABCA could reduce that substantially. And they're two different discussions. Do you agree, Mr. Menorah?
No, what I was saying, licensees are bound.
Do you agree, Mr. Menorah? I'm asking you about the
separation. I think okay. Point of order. We have a large agenda here, and I think this we've been over this conversation before over building and zoning. Mr. Menorah has said he shared his floor plan. I think we should look into that. In the meantime, it sounds like I'm hearing a motion to protest this on peace, order, and quiet, and over concentration.
Yes, I second that, or I'll iterate that. I motion to protest the applicant, Buffalo Billiards at 1835 14th Street Northwest, on the grounds of peace, order, quiet, trash, litter, noise provisions, as well as over concentration.
I second it.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Oh, maybe we lost some people as we walked away. The motion passes on 4 votes. Okay. All right.
I'm sorry, Stephen, can we recount? Because I think people got confused or,
Yeah. Okay.
please.
All in favor of supporting this motion, please raise your hand. Zoom hand. Okay. Counting 4 votes. That is the motion passes. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Minora. I will reach out. We'll reach out with the floor plan. Try to find the floor plan. Okay. Next item on the agenda is Spark Social House. So this is actually a non-alcoholic bar. Was an alcoholic, and now they are becoming alcoholic. I have to be honest, I did not do the due diligence of trying to reach out to them. They sent me something a couple of days ago, fairly new, but I was really quite busy with a lot of other stuff. Our chair of our ANC, Chair Trinidad Duramo, frequents this place. I frequented it with him. He speaks highly of it and the people and the new business. I believe we can try to work with him to come to a settlement agreement with the place and the business. I just want to bring up the placard and see if there are any flags, things to discuss here. They think they do ask for a alcohol sales in the summer garden until 2 a.m. And also live entertainment in the summer garden until 3 a.m. And so these are things that we as in discussion have flagged before.
Stephen, I haven't been in the summer garden there, just on the inside. Do you know if it's in, I mean, it sounds like it's outdoors?
It's a great question. I don't know. I think it might be just the roof. I think that like the summer garden might be the roof.
I think
I
there's like a back seating area, and I remember going out there in the winter and it was cold.
Yeah, I was wondering where it is. That's what I wrote on my
It's in
printout of the placard.
Just the owner is on,
Oh,
Oh.
perfect.
so
okay.
Nicholas Chisaki.
Okay. Here's your hand. Thank you. Hello, Nicholas.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Thank you for having us on and reviewing our application. In regards to the summer garden, it is a back patio. It is adjacent. We're occupying the space where the Gibson used to be, so right next door to Crush, the building to the left of them. Currently, our outdoor patio is partially covered, and we are in the process prior to introducing alcohol of getting it fully covered for noise abatement.
That's great.
Can you
Mr. Reckers.
can you say more about getting it fully covered for noise abatement? You're gonna build like a structure, or you're gonna have a tent, or how's that gonna work?
Yep. So currently we have basically like a glass roof over 2/3 of our outdoor area, and we're going to enclose that entirely with plexiglass and like um, uh, a full enclosure, so that that area, which is where our outdoor speakers are, would be like sound insulated or at least sound abating. We also don't plan to really be having live entertainment outdoor past probably midnight or so. But that's just, we just ask for it for special occasions.
Well, would you be willing to agree to step that back and end outdoor entertainment in the summer garden at 2 instead of 3?
Actually,
Yeah, yeah, I definitely don't have a problem with that.
I'd like to interject here just because I live behind a place that has a glass roof and very limited insulation for sound mitigation. And I think the big concern is like bass, stuff like that with amplified music. Um, and I think that, are there apartments behind that
So the closest apartments are the ones right above Busboys and Poets. So how like maybe 6 or 7 doors down. But I will also just say that we did start out as completely non-alcoholic. It was our intention to continue being non-alcoholic. The business model just wasn't working for us. But we do intend to maintain the same kind of vibe of being more of a cocktail bar. We're not throwing ragers or, having any sort of like bands or anything like that. Like what I would be talking about as far as like live entertain or I guess music would just be like recorded music at a respectable level.
Would you be willing to maybe restricting the hours of the entertainment with like a stipulation that like some ambient music would be allowed in the settlement agreement? So then you'd be able to keep the outdoor space open late and then for serving and such, and then have stipulations around the sound remaining like kind of ambient low level after like 10 p.m. That's one of the discussions we've
Yeah,
been having
yeah,
around.
yeah, absolutely. And yeah, we're totally open to we coming up to a settlement agreement that works for everybody. We're really not planning to do anything that would cause any sort of protest or like ruckus. And so happy to formalize all of that in writing as well.
And just want to say also, your place is great. I've been and so thank
Oh,
you.
thank you so much.
Mr. Reckers, how do you feel about Spark competing with Crush in any form in their alcoholic uh quest here?
I mean, we are neighbors, and I don't think we are competitors in that way at all. Um,
Happy to
I
hear it.
so yeah. Is there a reason? I'm just curious. Is there a reason you're going after a restaurant license, Nick?
So we actually inherited that from the Gibson. So the Gibson was licensed as a restaurant, and we just did a transfer of the business license. We do have a food menu, and we are planning to actually increase that with our addition of alcohol. And then in addition to that, because we're open for our cafe hours, so we'll continue to be open from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. with no alcohol served at all during those hours. And we'll have a larger like pastry program with that as well. So we are adding this kind of alcohol as an addition too, but we're not taking away anything that we're currently doing.
Ms. Call.
Okay. In regards to the weekday hours, my suggestion would be in regards to having door closure times. Rachel said 10 p.m. I was just thinking 10 p.m. during the weekdays and 12 a.m. on the weekends. Um, just because of the way people tend to frequent these locations, and any noise complaints, if you could have a security manager that we can contact for any noise complaints, and just make sure that the sound mitigation, as you mentioned, what will we be able to have to ensure that that's going to really comply with what you're saying? I mean, you're saying it, but have you tested out the plexiglass infrastructure that you're referring to?
So I guess I can just compare it to what we have right now, which is no enclosure, and we have operated um, to the later hours, to 2 a.m. or so. And we've never gotten any noise complaints. We are again just it's just not our type of establishment. I think we are closer to a Tate than we are to a, Bunker or Crush. Um, and if there were an instance of a noise complaint, you can contact me directly, and I'll make sure that we take care of it and take appropriate mitigations. But I don't have a way to do to like basically test the plexiglass until it's installed.
I mean,
Okay. And when I was referring to like the door opens and closing, not to override what Rachel was saying, but it was just for door opens and closing, because some people when they have their summer gardens, they tend to leave their door cracked open. And I was just
Gotcha.
referring to that.
Okay,
Okay, just for
understood.
clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gall. Rachel, I'd like to call you for the final comment, and then we
Oh,
can
I
have
just
Lee-
forgot to lower my hand. That's all.
Okay. I'm hearing generally supportive things coming from the committee, but I think some details that maybe should be worked out in a settlement agreement. So based on that, I would like to motion that we recommend a protest. Sparks license on the grounds of peace, order, and quiet, and all applicable grounds, with an intent to create a settlement agreement. But again, because of just the nature of the committee, that this is what we do in order to get to that settlement agreement point. And working with Commissioner Harris to do so.
Yep, second. And just want to note that I think this is a really good chance to think about the summer garden type language that we'd like to employ with some of the other upcoming settlement agreements.
Agreed. Any other further discussion? All in favor of the motion to protest, please raise your Zoom hand. Okay, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Nick, for coming here. I believe I owe you an email response as well. I will reach out, either me or perhaps I'm trying to rope in our chair Trinidad Dramo to help with this because I think he frequents there. But we will be in touch, and thank you for coming, and hope to welcome you to expansion in the neighborhood.
Perfect. Thanks so much.
Okay, bye. All right. Okay, the last one, new business. I brought it to the new business because it is a renewal, but there's a previous request that's been in the works with Whitlow's. We'll see if one of their members is in attendance. John Williams. Yeah, I think it might be him. Jonathan Williams. Okay.
Hello.
Hello, Mr.
Hey.
Williams.
Hello.
Hey, thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hope we didn't wait too long.
No. Do you want me to explain what I'm requesting?
Actually, yeah, I think that would be great. I can bring up the placard. I can bring up the placard here. And you shared me the documents before.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner. So I'm not sure if we are requesting a substantial change, and that is to open up earlier. And the reason for that is for viewing parties for soccer events. And I don't know, I have not received the placard for the substantial change yet. So I don't know if that's in your system or not, but essentially.
Okay. That changes things a little bit, but thank you.
Yeah, if we have to come back to another meeting further down the road. A little history on this. Last year, I went through ANC meetings and met with some neighbors and discussed. I was issued a license. I'm not sure what happened. I was issued a license for earlier hours for this exact same thing. And then I'm not sure, there was a technicality or something wasn't submitted. And so they took the license back and set us with the regular hours we have here. But all I'm looking for is, I think we open at 10 or 11 o'clock, and it's mainly for groups of soccer. We've hosted a soccer team, and those games are broadcast typically between 7 and 8 a.m. for some of the events. Some of them are noon, but in order to maintain a relationship with that club, it'd be very helpful if we could open up a little early. We'll be serving food. It's not like a rowdy party. It's pretty tame. It's just people watching soccer. And like I said, there's food served, the kitchen's open. So that's the one request. And the other request B, I don't know if it's not showing up there, but the other request is we have a vestibule at our entrance, and there are two doors, the outer door on the street, and then there's an interior door. I'm requesting to change the language in that paragraph to just say that one of those doors will remain closed at all times, so that we don't get a violation for having both those doors open as people are coming and going. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I don't know if I understand the doors exactly.
It's hard to explain without a picture. I don't have a picture on me.
Mhm.
I have there's a hallway, essentially a short hallway, and so right now the way the verbiage is in the agreement is if both those doors are open, like if someone's walking out, there's a group walking out the first door and a group walking out the second door at the same time, or the doorman's checking IDs at the front door and the interior door group's leaving, then we're in violation. And I've been
Okay.
warned by ABRA about that, and we don't have to prop the door open, but it's a simple language thing. I'm not going to prop the door open. It's just I've been warned, and it's a difficult thing to do with people coming in and out of the building.
Okay. I know Mr. Chauvin's hand is up, but I do want to say, so I guess I was under the impression, I guess I thought, as I know we had been in contact on email before, I had thought that this, I guess, was part of that substantial change or part of that change to the settlement agreement. So I do think because the current license does not have that operating hours, I do not think we can vote at this time for a change to a settlement agreement to have earlier hours than the license does.
Right.
So I believe we will have to table this to when that substantial change license does come.
I'm assuming it's going to be out this week, but yeah, I emailed you earlier this morning because I realized it hadn't been posted yet or hasn't been delivered. So understood. Makes sense.
Frank.
Yes. Hi, John.
Hey, how you doing, Frank?
Good. I just have a question with respect to it's just a statement, so you're asking for 7 a.m. opening hours eventually, right? Through the pending substantial change.
Yes.
Okay, but not
Correct.
tonight because we're putting that off. I just say that I just want to illustrate that this, in fact, is not an all-night operator. This is an operator that closes at 2 and 3 p.m. or a.m. and then comes back in at 7 to open up a breakfast, etc. So they're not all-night operations. I just wanted to make that distinction so there's no confusion in folks' minds. And I support having breakfast in the neighborhood and having soccer matches at 7 o'clock in the neighborhood. So thank you. We look forward to that substantial change. I don't quite understand the other substantial change or the change in the door use. I'd like to just see the comparable provisions that we're asked to change, and I guess we'll get that at a later date. I'd like to see the provisions because I didn't know about this in the settlement agreement and what you're asking to change. Secondly, but I think if we're looking at a renewal license here, I just like to motion to support the renewal because I don't know of many complaints from this establishment. I have not heard personally. And I think he's a good operator. So
thank you, Frank. And for the record, I have no interest in operating 24 hours a day.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Frank. So I think we did kind of agree in the beginning that, if there are no motions to protest, that at the end we will group everyone together and vote to support them. So we could consider Whitlow's at this time, or we kind of just am I hearing any motions actually, let's do that. Let's consider their license as for the renewal license, not for their amended settlement agreement, as I mistake them for. Am I hearing any motions to protest?
Have they had any, what's their investigative history?
I
That's what I was
didn't
wondering.
have anything in I did a FOIA. I didn't see any red flags. There was something from back when it was the Brixton. And that was years ago.
Okay, and no neighborhood complaints.
I didn't get the complaints from ABCA.
Okay.
I don't think we're making motions to support. We're just saying we're not going to protest. I think that's a change to say, let's make a motion to support. And I do feel like it's fine with me if we want to go ahead to right now and say, yes, we're not protesting, but I did like the idea of, we're stating, that we're not going to protest and to just move all of those things to the end and vote
Yeah.
collectively.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of what I was trying to get at by just asking if anyone would like the time now to raise a motion to protest.
Well,
If not, and
my
Ms. Gall did
question,
ask a good question about the investigative history.
yeah, I wasn't, and thank you, Eileen, but I wanted to continue the questions because I know that we wanted to make sure that we have everyone in the area in alignment with all of our settlement agreements that we have. And so what I like is that we have everyone in alignment, and then all in agreements, with what we're looking for, because there's a lot of different updated areas that we need to make sure that everyone is meeting those particular requirements. And we want to make sure that we heard about the nature of the establishment and the hours and the noise requirements, that there wasn't any scene complaints, and we understand that. But when it comes to the trash and odors, the rat and vermin control, and security, and all the additional requirements that we may need, I want to ensure that the neighborhood has all of that in place in a settlement agreement. And I think that we should stick with that opportunity to ensure that we all have each one of the establishments in the neighborhood on one accord. That's my personal.
Thank you, Karen. I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. You're absolutely right. Agree
And
with that.
so I recommend that we we make sure that their settlement agreement is meeting all of the requirements that we have, and it's updated. And so I am going to recommend a protest on those grounds, on all applicable grounds of peace, order, quiet, noise, trash, vermin. Of course, that goes with the trash and rats.
I thought I'm sorry to cut you off, Ms. Gall. I thought we discussed earlier that someone had reviewed the Whitlows as part of their review, and that they have an extensive settlement agreement.
Was it updated, sir? That's what I was concerned about.
Can I chime in if you don't mind?
Yes, please.
So we do have a lengthy settlement agreement with all of those things addressed. The document, I'm looking at a different document. This was just, I was requesting to amend the settlement agreement for these two specific things. That's all this was. There's a lengthy settlement agreement, and
yeah, it's in 2022.
Yeah, and it's kind of dated. I mean, because we have 20. I mean, I just want to make sure, and this is why I was bringing up my ask, is just to ensure that to find out from Rachel, because I know that was on your list for their amended settlement agreement. This is their third amended settlement agreement, and I just want to make sure that if there was any negotiation that was needed, and did we need to review any of the community complaints, which is the question that I asked, and do we need to assess whether or not there was any operational restrictions, or if there's anything that we need to renegotiate. That's what I'm asking. And I want to.
The biggest flag that I caught was that there was there were like a couple of different settlement agreements that I came across for the different addresses, and I think my flag was to figure out which one is the right one and reflects this current ownership. So basically just that it needed to be updated.
Right.
The one
So-
that I've just brought up says Wow Enterprise
That
Inc.
yes,
Uh,
that is, sorry to interrupt you. That is actually not for this business. We were, when we originally came to Shaw, we were at 2014, couple doors down. Let me see if I can get it. I don't think that's our current settlement agreement.
So we need to have it renewed. I mean,
That
I
is
just think
that
that we
is
need to get it done.
I can, Commissioner, I can send you the current settlement agreement. The one you're looking at now is not for this business. I
This
know
is
it's
not.
confusing. No, we took over the Brixton Pubs license and settlement agreement.
Mm-hmm.
So this one's not relevant. The Brixton Pub one, that's why there were amendments over time. I know it's confusing.
Okay.
So that one
well,
you're looking at is not relevant.
So I
Okay.
stick to
I can
my
send-
same request.
Okay. Ms. Gall, I may propose something. So I think if Mr. Williams is saying that he has already put in this request for a substantial change for this early operating hours and given us the reasons why, and we know that this is going to come before the committee fairly soon, I would propose that we vote to protest that substantial change in an effort of to make sure we have the proper settlement agreement, make sure the names are correct, and also to amend it to account for that substantial change. And that we do that at that time with that substantial change before us, knowing that we are going to do that with him, with Mr. Williams and Whitlow soon. I do not see a reason for us to protest this renewal as is.
I hear what you're saying, and I know that we don't have any guarantees for the second request, but it's I'm gonna stay with my request as is, chair. Thank you.
Alex?
I just want to make sure that I'd like to hear from some of the folks in the audience who've raised their hands
Oh, thank you
before we
for keeping
vote
me
on
on
any
there.
motions.
Okay, I'm going to ask Kate Klein.
Hi there. I know that the voting on the substantial change in the liquor license is maybe not happening tonight, but I live very close to another establishment that has adopted a European soccer league as their home bar, and it has been a wonderful addition to the neighborhood. I live 1 block from it. It's brought an incredibly diverse crowd. They've been very respectful. The fans have been really lovely. So I am in support of additional Premier or European League soccer clubs being represented at bars in the district. I think it's really diverse, and the owners and operators of these bars have been really welcoming and really attentive. So just support for something other than late night crowds. And it's a really fun sport to watch. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay. Ms. Gall, I do think, I want to respect your points and consideration and your motion here. I just think that it doesn't, considering that we will be having a substantial change before us very soon, it doesn't seem to me to be in the best interest of our limited capacity as ANC and as the committee and as the commissioners to protest at this time when we're going to have that substantial change very soon and have this discussion then.
Okay, it's noted that you said that, and I just wanted to make sure that I put it on record that I think that we need to renegotiate the entire settlement agreement to ensure that we have all of the things up to par to what the community standards are at this time. Thank you.
I don't want to add to plates, but it is true that the whole settlement agreement does need to be revised. And I don't think that this is a situation where Mr. Williams is going to be in a situation, it's not going to look much different. It just needs to be revised with updated information. So we're not,
that was my request.
it's
Thank
going to
you,
be a
Rachel.
very easy for, is it Francois district?
It's a good question.
I think it is, because it's right. But I think it'll be just something, in fairness to everyone else that we have protested on technical grounds. It's not a protest because we don't want the business. It's a protest because this is consistent with the process
Exactly.
and to get a proper settlement agreement that I think will be amenable to everybody.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, is there a second to Ms. Gall's motion?
Second.
I just want to make sure we hear from Suda too before we.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Alex. You are doing an A+ job of chat management here. Okay, here we have. Where did she go? Suha, I think she just put her hand down.
No, thank you. I put it down because you called on me. Thank you, Alex. Yeah, I also just wanted to just quickly say I like the idea of the daytime soccer watch parties. With regards to the settlement agreement, Whitlow's is located in this hotspot of activity and noise that I think we were talking about earlier. Um, a lot of times when I call in, ABCA is again saying they don't know which bar the noise is coming from, and they give me a list. It could be from Whitlow's, it could be from Nellie's, it could be from Kiki's. Given that feedback, I would like to see some of the language around noise strengthened in the settlement agreements for this particular area, at least. I did want to mention that. And I'm happy to elaborate if now is the time, but can also table it if you want me to.
Would you like me to send you the settlement agreement right now?
Yeah.
You guys have a lot to do, so I'm gonna come back, I'm assuming at the next meeting, but I'll send it to you right now if you'd like.
That would be great. I don't think I can, honestly, I don't think we
Yeah.
can bring it up right now.
Yeah.
I think it's very possible that when the substantial change might happen in the next week or two, and it might be both might be before the ANC at the commission meeting in November. So we shall see.
I think it would be great to have it, but I also, again, I'm really sticking to Rachel explained it, and as I mentioned it, that I think that we have, if there's any updates, and I know Mr. Williams, you're not going to be opposed to having those updates, as well as the I understand, and I hear what you're saying, Chair, that the substantial adjustments will be necessary to be in play. But I just want to make sure that we have that opportunity as the commission. Thank you.
All right. All in favor of Ms. Gall's motion, please raise your hands. Okay, the motion passes with 5 votes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm gonna lower my hand now.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Yeah.
If you can send over what you have as the most updated one. I don't know where. I guess I got this one. I thought I got this one from. I think ABCA sent this over to me. But if you can send over what you have on file as the most recent one, and if you can even, as you have done, it's even more helpful as you've done with like that amended draft you have. If you can just even send like a highlight or send things to change that you would recommend changing in terms of the names, that would be helpful.
You got it.
Okay. All right, great.
Thank you.
All right, have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Okay. All right. Oh boy, we have another substantial change. All right. 9 o'clock. I'm aiming to be done by 10, hopefully. Fingers crossed. Next up is application for substantial change. This is for VIP Lounge. I feel like we've seen them recently. Something.
I'd I will be motioning to protest on the grounds of
Okay.
peace, order, quiet, and over concentration.
Okay. I thought you
Yeah,
were
they're
gonna
in
say
my
we
list, so
wanted
I'm
to hang out there.
seconding. Because they, where is it? They're in my list. And the settlement agreement is 2013. It's not up to date. It needs to be brought in line. And I think Frank has some other points on it.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I just want to say I think this is maybe like the fourth or fifth now that has this request for this change of operation hours, and so I think this kind of supports our need to state the ANC's position on against expansion of this hours.
Yes, I just am affirming everything in the resolution we looked at the beginning of the meeting and the discussions that have been pretty unanimous at this table and the discussions that have been pretty unanimous from what I've heard at the ANC full monthly meetings, that there is lots of problems with expanded licenses, all-night licenses that operate till 6 a.m. And therefore, we are imposing a stance against that here on this committee and recommending a protest specifically to get at that point because we're protesting all night operations, but it's on the grounds of peace, order, quiet. Litter, trash provisions, and overconcentration are the grounds we're protesting on.
Thank you. Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor? Please raise your Zoom hands.
And we lost Eileen.
We might have lost Eileen. What counters counter abstention? The motion passes with 5 votes.
I think we have a lot of people on the list and I'm looking in the chat. We have Kate and Suda and Commissioner Kensett. And it sort of messes up my little count that you do.
I know, I'm sorry about that. You gotta, we gotta do some cleaning. Commissioner Kenzik, see you on the flip side. Kate, Suda, if you want to talk, we thank you for joining and we welcome more additional feedback and please raise your hands and we will call on you. For Alex, was your hands because I am not doing a good job of that. Thank you. Okay. All right. Now comes turn to the renewal section. So we have a lot. We have 34. Well, now we move Willows. So I think we have. Oh, we did have Willows here. So we have 33 licenses here. I should have spent a little more time grouping them before this. I'd still like to do what we agreed on originally with if there is no if we don't choose for ones we don't have to vote on every single one of them, we can group maybe half of them together for ones we choose to support and vote on those as a consent renewals. But I guess we just start going at it. I mean, one way we can go at it is we can go say, you know, let's look at the ones that don't have settlement agreements. Or settlement agreements. All right, let's just go down the list. Medina Knights. I reached out to number one, Medina Knights. I reached out to Commissioner Lemon Strauss. This is in his area. I'm not actually particularly sure where this place is. They have an extensive settlement agreement from 2023. He did not hear any complaints. I believe this is a renewal that we can support. I would also say the same for American Ice Company for similar reasons as well. And I'm going to let both of those sit with the committee. If someone would like to bring a point of discussion with them at the time, please do so. But I'm going to continue on. Then we have Ace Lounge. And so I think Ace Lounge, I believe if Commissioner Barrio is still on, I think there was someone in his district who had written some testimony about Ace Lounge. Hey, Francois, are you still with us?
Yes, I am. There was someone who wrote to me about persistent noise concerns from Ace Lounge. I can pull up the email, but it seems like it would be worth the committee supporting a protest.
I will also note that their settlement agreement is for their old business name that was called Broccoli Bar, that I'm not even sure the current owners of Ace Lounge may know exists. And so would like to renew this settlement agreement with them.
Yeah, so the neighbor in question, I don't want to name them in case they wish to remain anonymous, but they let me know that they've had persistent disturbances related to the establishment, including loud music and crowd noise late into the night. They've submitted formal complaints to ABCA and MPD, and dispatchers have confirmed that they've received multiple complaints from other neighbors as well. So it sounds like we should try to negotiate with them over sound concerns as well as the crowds. That's the information I have.
Sound concern in the crowds. Okay.
Just a quick point, if I could, this licensee applied for a all night hours, but the protest was dismissed after being protested by both the ANC and the Westminster Neighborhood Association. Just as a side note.
Yes, that is true.
Currently in their settlement agreement, there says alcohol sales must end at 11:30 p.m. and 1:30 a.m. on weekends, which I don't think that's probably not going on. So I think we should. I would motion to protest this based on the testimony of the gentleman in Francois' district, as well as the settlement agreement need to be updated, and that they, yeah, for peace, order, quiet, and noise and trash.
Pass second it.
Q. Any other discussion? All in favor? Please raise your hands. Six votes. Yay. Thank you. Motion passes. Okay. Okay. The next one on our list is Kiki. I'm actually.
I have
think
two of them.
that's a
Those are on
great.
my
Yeah.
list. Okay. Okay, so let me give you my Kiki rundown. Okay, I'm concerned because I have two, and that's item number 4 and item number 8. Two locations listed. Am I correct? 917 U Street and also 915 U Street. Do you have those both listed on your list?
We do. Yeah, we do have those.
Okay.
Let me just make sure
Okay.
we do.
So here are my
This
concerns.
this one, no, you're right. Yeah, we do have both of those here. That's correct.
Okay. Okay. Now their current Kiki number. Okay. Okay. I have my stuff in order. Kiki number 4. Their current settlement agreement November 9th, 2022. And the key areas of concern is to verify their locations, if they're separate or distinct locations, and do they have distinct separate settlement agreements. And then if they're in their entertainment endorsement, are they in compliance with that? They have dancing endorsement and in their noise mitigation for the residential area. So I would recommend, they have an investigative history um, from their settlement agreement. They have no violations found for the November 9th settlement agreement, and the sister location investigation history. I did not notice any any violations that I could locate. But I want to know, are both of the locations maintaining separate operational compliance, and the noise complaints from the residents, have they received anything? I looked at the way it looks in front of the location. It's kind of messy to me, but they probably have no really I don't know how much they can handle in regards to that area, because you know that we've been talking about those streeteries right there. And but
Hmm.
but has the dancing and entertainment endorsement caused any issues? That was my complaint.
Uh,
And an
a hand up.
investigative.
Yeah.
I,
We see
I
some hands up
apologize.
here. Here, Miss
Yeah,
Gall.
Suda lives in the neighborhood, so I wanted to
Okay,
point her out, and I'm not sure who Keaton is.
okay,
Oh,
but
Keaton is the owner. Miss Gall, can you just quickly wrap up here?
Okay, well, just those my questions were the issues. Okay, and then the second one, where they're on the 915 U Street, they had an issue in the April. They had an April 22 protest, and I want to know what were the issues from the April 2022 protest, and have those concerns that they had during that protest, have those concerns been addressed in the current settlement agreement, and if there was any violation since the November 2022 settlement agreement, and is there any impact because from the community, because they're so close together with those two venues. And I think that the
Okay.
process
Miss Gall,
is
I'm gonna.
basically where I was going with that. But go ahead.
Okay. Thank
I'm
you.
sorry. I was
Sorry,
just
sorry
trying
to
to
cut
give
you
you
off.
my feedback report.
No, I really
You
appreciate
haven't
you.
done
You did a
that,
great
and I
job.
wanted to do that. Thank you.
You did a great job. Sorry to cut you off. I want to call on the owner, Keaton, who's here in the audience.
Is he the owner or the operator?
He might be the. Hey, he can let us know. Hi, Keaton.
How you doing? Thank you for having
Hey. Hi. Can you provide some clarifying questions
me. Yeah.
in terms of are
Uh,
you the operator of Kiki, and
I'm
can you
the owner and operator.
owner operator, and can you clarify why there are two licenses for them?
So their licenses are broken up between the lots from 915 U Street and 917 U Street. It's a little weird because the buildings are owned by two cousins of each other, and have always operated together um, in their back in the second part of the property in their summer gardens. So it does operate as two different businesses, but the settlement agreements operate the same. They're exact copies of each other. So there's two different licenses. That's why it's always up for renewals at the same time.
Okay. It's two licenses. So, but it's the same place.
Correct.
Okay, so we should view them similarly. Okay. Thank you, and uh, Suha.
Hi. Yes, I think Kiki's is unfortunately one that we have had a lot of ABCA calls to. In terms of violations, I think it's again in this hotspot where we have just been unable to get any violations on the books from ABCA in this area for the past several years. And I think as a result, we've just stopped calling. But we believe that there is a lot of noise and bass that we can hear inside our house coming from Kiki's. So I would like to see either stronger language in the settlement agreement that I can help propose, or a potential protest.
And that was the reason why I said it in my report. So I need to make sure that I notate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gall. And yeah, so the question here. So a few folks have complained, Suha.
Udo?
Yes,
Suda?
sorry. There's like two mute buttons that keep popping up when you let me speak. Um, yes, several, and some one of them has actually moved away because of the noise. Not just Kiki's, but in the neighborhood. That is one venue that we do believe has been, I guess, violating the noise regulations. Of course, like we're not 100% sure because the applicant never provides the feedback to us that we're looking for in terms of what happens when they go to investigate. But we've done some walkbys. Yeah, again, I would like to see stronger language in a settlement agreement or a protest.
Does Kiki have a summer garden rooftop?
We don't have a rooftop. We have a backyard that goes in, that is on the ground level, that is to the alleyway and to the sidewalk of U Street.
Okay.
But there's it's a fully covered. We just put about a $200,000 retractable roof back there last year. I don't put DJs out there. We have DJs out there on Sundays from 4 until 8. And then but every night, no matter what, at 9 o'clock, the rooftop closes to contain noise. I know in
And
the
is that written into the settlement agreement?
No, I just do that.
Keaton, what kind of insulation do you have on the rooftop? Is it just glass?
No, it's a full it's what is the term? It's not glass, it's almost like a composite.
But does it have an RF factor, like to prevent the escape of like bass and music?
Yes, like there's definitely a difference when the roof is closed versus when it's opened. And then there has been times where there's been speakers out there that were like last year we had 4 speakers out there, and when we were putting the rooftop in and changing some things around, I was like, we don't need all these, so we just dropped it down to 2, and there is no amp. There's no amp out there, so it's just the speakers. There's no amp at all on the first level. It is in our dance club. And I do think that some of the noise that may be referring to is when patrons opened our front windows. If it gets warm in there as they're dancing and stuff, they do open the front windows. We do try to monitor that. It's unfortunate, it's just one thing that's like kind of gets slipped on in the middle of the night. But my security team and the manager on duty are always being aware of that. Additionally to what I do with the noise too is at 10 o'clock we switch to a DJ on our second floor, and everywhere it goes throughout the entire building. I have my manager walk around through the back alley and in through the front of the building to make sure that it's not our noise coming, that we're being too loud or anything. I try and be very respectful because I do know how we're facing 9.5 Street. I actually used to live down in 9.5 Street for a year, several years ago. But so we try to do our best to control everything. Our front window does open, and but we close it every night at 10 o'clock, which is agreed into our settlement agreement.
Thank you. Mr. Chauvin?
Yes, thank you. So both, Keaton, is it correct? 915 and 917 both have windows and they're both opened, and in both settlement agreements, they're to be closed at 10 p.m.
No, the 917 has windows, but they're not accessible. And so I'm assuming that the settlement agreement, because it's the exact copy of the 915 one, probably does mention it, but they're not accessible. They're just there. If you years ago when 915 was Velvet Lounge, it had the window with all the graffiti and stickers all over it. And we went through the process of the Historical Society to be able to update that, to be able to have the windows that open, but they close every night at 10 o'clock.
All right, and that's not in the settlement agreement. Is that correct?
No, yes, I believe it is. I believe it goes under the I consider it the windows and doors part of the settlement agreement, which I'm now
closing at 10. I see. Maybe,
yeah.
perhaps. Yep. Thank you. And good question for you. I'm confused about the two addresses and where there's a summer garden rooftop and where there's a summer garden patio.
There is no rooftop. There is just there's we call it the upper deck, that does have its own license on it. It's off the second floor. And then there's the patio, which is on the street level of everything else. It touches, it shares the alleyway, I guess, the egress, if you would want to say.
If you could further detail, I'm still confused. So it sounds like you have an open air, maybe covered by a roof. So it's
Yeah.
roof deck. Which address is that attached to? Which summer garden has the, what do you want to call it? Outside, I'm going to call it a summer garden because that's what it is. I think it's on your roof deck. It's on your second floor
No,
deck.
So
And which address?
it's a little confusing. So if you were to walk into 915, and you walk straight back, it's going to lead you to an open patio. And that is, it's connected 915 and 917, and that has where the retractable roof on it. Now, if you walked into 917 and walked straight up the steps, you're going to walk into our second floor, which is attached to what we call the second floor upper deck, which is open to air.
All right, so thank you for that clarification. And again, so you have a ground level patio roof, a summer garden at both addresses because they both
Yes.
empty out into the back. Is that correct?
Yep.
All right, and at 917 you have a second floor roof summer garden.
Yes.
All right, and both of these so you have three endorsements.
Yes.
Two for the one address summer gardens and one for the 915 summer garden.
Yes.
All right. All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
And Chair.
Yes, Ms. Gall.
Okay. Now, what I did in my investigations was, of course, was concerned about the April 2022 protests. I want to know specifically what that protest entailed, and has it been resolved?
I believe that protest led to the settlement agreements, but I will let Mr. Keaton speak to that.
I'm not really confused at what that is. So is that April 22 of this year?
No, 2022, the year 2022.
Oh, okay. So my settlement agreements came in August of 2022. So they were must have been the two businesses prior to me.
This is 915 U Street. You weren't in ownership?
No, we took over the lease in July of 2022.
Okay.
Yeah,
so I'm assuming
my
whatever
settlement
the
agreements
issue has been
were
resolved.
made and entered on August 30th of 2022. So that might, if it says Dodge City or Velvet Lounge in that protest, those are the previous business. That was the previous businesses.
Okay, so then that means that the protest concerns were resolved, and obviously since we have some neighborhood impacts, I would like to move that we recommend a protest, Chair, because of on the grounds of peace.
Thank you. Yeah, please continue.
Thank you. On the grounds of peace, order, and quiet, just to ensure that we have the neighborhood operations in order, as we've mentioned, peace, order, trash, and quiet. And the reason why I bring up trash is because in front of the establishment is extremely filthy. Thank you.
Which I clean today. Respectfully. I clean it every week, every Wednesday, and we try to do our best with it, but there's a lot of traffic on that sidewalk that unfortunately is just kind of piles up in front of our building.
I'd just like to Commissioner Kensick speak. Requested is a hint of an audience.
Yeah. Hey, Keaton. So half the stuff that's you're saying, I just think are just lies or misfacts. Let's be real. When you first opened your place, you say August. You actually started moving in there. I believe it was around April because you were at the Dirty Goose at the time. Second fact is what you're explaining to the folks on the line, me doing construction for 29 years, is not correct. I mean, you can't say you have a composite type of just collapsible roof
That makes no sense because the composite would be a wood, and there's no way wood is collapsing. So I definitely would love to take a look at that. Another thing is when you first walked into your club, you go straight back, you have a little tiny porch like you'd have at your grandmother's house, like a porch, like very tiny, open. It walked down a set of stairs, it aimed towards the back of a house and had a vinyl type fence that could easily be seen through with some, I think, fake vines, or maybe they were real. At the time, you were also building next door, which I checked with DOB at the time. You didn't have permits for, but that's why you guys were keeping everyone off that side of the property. You're trying to put scaffolding in the
Okay,
way.
Commissioner Kenzik, and maybe I'm asking, could
Yeah,
we
yeah,
just use a little more
yeah,
slightly respectful tone to
yeah.
Mr. Keaton?
Yeah. This is how I'm talking. I had a long day. I'm sorry. The scaffolding was a blockage way into the other area, which was an open wooded area, which you're saying now is partially covered by this composite type of collapse ceiling. I'm going through an issue with one of my bars that have a collapse, retractable ceiling, and it hasn't been really good. So I'm just trying to understand some of the facts here. Like when you say you're open in both areas have a complete open back, 915, 917. The area of this roof, I don't know how much it can really retain and hold sound. The fact that there has been several complaints by constituents in that area and have actually like raised it many times, it shows concern. It's a ongoing concern. It's not something that is just going to suddenly go away. I know that you said you picked up trash today. Every time I walk by there, there's trash. Now I know there's only so much split times you could pick up. I mean, I get it. You're not out there 24/7 a day. But at the same token, though, a lot of the trash stems from your establishment. So when people are coming out, they're leaving, they're hanging out there, loitering in 915, 917 in the street. That's already tight enough. So I'm just trying to understand why we wouldn't be protesting this, I guess. I'm not understanding all the facts that were just stated to Frank, Commissioner Chauvin, and to Karen about the April. And there's some questions here that I'm not really getting.
I
I did.
recommended a protest,
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner.
No. Last thing I'll say. I know everyone else got a chance. I've been sitting with my hand up for like 30 minutes. I did reach out to Jeff Jackson, who is supposed to be setting up a meeting with myself and anyone else that'd like to join, because I do have more pertinent questions of the research I've done with DOB and also with ABCA that I'd like to get answered and be able to make sure I mention during the next commissioner meeting as well. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir. I can add that to my my report, Commissioner, because both of those locations fell under my report, and I did have some complaints, and that's the reason why I was trying to get to the bottom of the April 2022 issues. But I thank you very much, Commissioner, for adding more validity to what I was saying. Thank you.
Yeah, and the last thing I will say, in fairness to Keaton, there was a place there called Dirty Goose that had an complete open roof deck, and it did make loud music as well, and they were still open at the time as well. So I can't say it's one place. Also, a couple doors down, there's another bar there. I don't know the name, but it has like the big ship crates. That can also pump some music, but they're very well isolated in there. And when I've looked at their drawings, they're very well soundproofed. Whereas what I've seen and proposed at DOB of the drawings and this composite type wood of retractable roof that Mr. Keaton's speaking about, it's just not adding up. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Can I respond to some of those, please?
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, Mr. Keaton, please.
So I cannot recall exactly what the roof is made out of. It is some I cannot recall what it's made out of. I will gladly show any of the board members the establishment. I have never been shy about that. I met Frank 4 years ago when I first started Kiki. We shook hands at Kiki after I showed him the space. The leases for the properties were signed July 1st of 2022. While I was working at Dirty Goose for the first year of getting Kiki operated, I did both of those. I was the general manager and the owner working next door at both establishments. Okay. Kiki has improved a lot over the years, and I do feel that we're a valued business on our block. There has been noise complaints. I understand that. And I have been trying to be very compliant to all the noise complaints. I received an email several months ago from an email address that said, be respectful to your neighbors about your base. I replied to them that email saying, please contact me if you have any issues. Here's my number. Call me at any time. Not a problem. That email was bounced back to me. So that told me that person made a fake email, deleted it to send me an email. Another time, which was most recent, was that there was a complaint from somebody on 9.5 Street. My manager called me that night. The same ABRA investigator was like, we're going to do a sound quality check the next night. Not a problem. I met the ABRA investigator. It was at high time, 11:30. We walked down into 9.5 Street. We called the complainant, and was just told that they didn't want to speak to me. I'm here for the community and do everything I can, but if I don't know about these issues, or if I'm getting emailed that are bouncing back to me, or a neighbor that doesn't actually want to communicate with me about something, there's nothing I can't fix anything because I don't know the issue.
I hear that. Yeah, I hear that, Mr. Keaton. And thank you for your proactiveness and your engagement in the community. Just a question. I mean, what is there anything that you know of within the construction or within your operations that you think might be causing these noise complaint concerns that could be improved on in any way, or anything that can be done? I mean, you probably know your establishment best. Like, what do you think might be the best thing to try
I honestly don't know if the music is coming from me. I sincerely do believe that it's not coming from my establishment, only because I've redesigned the speakers and everything, that like there's not a single speaker that faces 9.5 Street from my establishment. So I don't understand how there is continuous concern, but I'm not the perfect sound engineer or anything like that. But I have made sure that all my windows get shot. I do everything possible to make sure that we are not the person to be the concern on the block. I want to improve the block, and I want to be good to my neighbors as well. So please, if anybody has any complaints or anything, I'd rather come directly to me, go into the website, email the account, they come directly to me. I will gladly give my phone number to any person that I meet in person at Kiki who has concerns about it. I don't want to be a bad neighbor to anybody.
I really appreciate that statement. I think that's really helpful. Thank you. I know we're running out of time though.
Can I very quickly make
okay,
a suggestion? Keaton, I don't know if is anyone in your area that has had a sound complaint that you are aware of that you can connect with. I worked with the club next to me to set levels with them. They had a sound engineer come into my home, and we went through the bass and all of that stuff. It was super helpful. But it is not a guarantee. They also have a plastic roof. We unfortunately are back in a situation where we're being impacted. But if you're willing to work with the community, there are ways of working that into a settlement agreement also.
If we're able to determine who has concerns and stuff, I have absolutely no problem meeting with that person, and will walk them through every inch of Kiki, and I will play the music I will play the music if it was appropriate, if I was at the highest amount of time during my business. If it was 12 o'clock on Saturday, I will play the music for them. I'm able to do that. I have a system that it's all controlled by my phone. So anytime, anywhere, if we ever get a complaint, me, my managers take out our phones and we lower it right away. So
thank you.
Not a problem doing that.
Thank you so much. I think in lieu of time, I think we need to take a vote on Ms. Skull's motion. All in favor, I'm sorry to cut you off, Alex. But all in favor of supporting Ms. Skull's motion to protest on the grounds that she stated, please raise your hand. This is for both Kiki licenses.
Can you repeat the grounds?
The community grounds of peace, order, and quiet, and trash especially trash in all applicable grounds and noise, peace, order, quiet, noise, trash, security, and all applicable grounds. That's what I said initially, and I
Okay.
can stay. I'm not changing that.
Okay. All in favor of Ms. Skull's motion, please raise your hands. Okay, I think the motion passes with all opposed to the motion? Okay. All right. Motion passes with
Like we didn't hear from the community, so I'm not comfortable voting for the motion without having, there were a couple hands in the community.
Commissioner Kinsick spoke on behalf of the community. So
There were
was I
some other
wrong?
hands.
Okay, I didn't see any hands. There are no
There
no
was
hands
someone named
now.
Frank who had his hand up.
I thought that was Frank. Oh.
Okay.
No.
I apologize. I don't know if it's okay. Oh, some guy named Frank. Okay. Oh, and he may be gone. Where are they? Here they are.
Hands up.
Okay. Mr. Frank, thank you for joining us. Can we just give you a quick minute to speak here? We really we have still a lot to do tonight.
Yeah, I recognize that. So thank you for letting me chime in. Listen, I just wanted to chime in as a resident of 9.5. So oftentimes when residents chime in, it's usually with something negative. I just wanted to chime in. The description of the building as Keaton described it is consistent with my own patronage of it. That the way he described it is exactly as it is. And on noise, the trouble is exactly as he said. There are a lot of bars on that end of the street, and the reality is that it gets loud. I'll note that his description of the way that the business is set up, the music really doesn't come out of the front end. It's kind of kept towards like the second floor and the back, and so I'm not entirely convinced that the noise issue is coming from that specific establishment as opposed to just the general noise of that street, which I'm not saying it's not a problem overall, but I'm not sure we can place that specifically on Kiki. I do want to say that it seems like the business is trying to engage in good faith. That is not my experience with every business in this neighborhood, and so I want to give credit where credit is due. I also think it's consistent with the way that that establishment gives back to the community. They sponsor a number of sports leagues, a number of community events. And so in general, I just find the way that the business owner described the property, his remediation efforts, it's all consistent with how I view them as a part of the community. And so if it were me, I would recommend against a protest here, but that's just I just want to chime in as a resident of 9.5. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank, for your testimony. Thank you for coming and being on the call this late. Really appreciate you. Okay, I think we got to move us along, but thank you, Mr. Keaton, for being here as always. We will be in touch with you. And thank you for being here. Okay. All right, the next one is Secret Lounge. So sending secret things happening at Secret Lounge. They have a settlement agreement in place. They have a placard here. It seems that they don't have a summer garden, but they have hours that go until 8. They go until 2 or 3 a.m. I don't know too much about this place. This is kind of right in the heart of that 9th Street club bar area. Maybe Commissioner Barrio might have the most insight, and then some of the folks on 9th Street. I think they had a sign at one point that was an LED sign.
That was posh.
That was posh.
I don't believe I've heard specific concerns about Secret Lounge, but I know that there are broader concerns about noise coming from businesses in the area that's difficult to pinpoint.
Okay. Do we still have some folks on the call from the 9.5 Street group who can do you have any more insight into the who is Secret on the list for? Let's see, Secret.
with Alex.
Alex, did you, let's see what Alex, what was your recommendation? What would you recommend for secret here? What was your insights?
Sorry, I've lost track of the spreadsheet. If someone could send me the link again.
Okay. See if you can access that. I brought it up here. You said yes to increase the strength of the noise ordinance given the difficulty enforcing due to the lack of behind alley. But other than that, it does seem oh, shooting outside after kicking out patrons. Okay, that's not good. That's really bad. It does seem like they have an essay, but it's with the WNA. Um,
Are they present or have been contacted to attend here?
no. So now, I mean, unfortunately, I mean, we have to give credit where credit is due to Keaton for being an active member. But in the renewal section, we were not given any of their uh the applicant's information beforehand. We were only given that for substantial changes and for new applications.
That seems like there's a missing link. I think Director Musali of ABCA had promised the community we would get information that we needed to be able to do our due
Yeah,
diligence and
right.
jobs.
And they,
Yep.
yep. Well, maybe in the next amendment, the Renewal Information Amendment Act can deal with that. But unfortunately, I don't think we have that before us right now. So I think, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm sure they have a settlement agreement here. Um, I'm not hearing they have uh specific complaints. Um, I'm not hearing, I mean, I think,
Suda has her hand up and might be able to share
oh,
a little bit about.
okay. Why am I not seeing when someone has their hand up? I am sorry about that. Okay. All right, Suha.
Thank you. I'll just make the same comments as before. This is on the short list of bars that um, we feel it's contributing to our lack of sleep and then deteriorating health in the neighborhood. Um, ABCA has gone to investigate many times. Again, we just come back with the excuse that they don't know which bar the noise is coming from. So I would ask that the settlement agreement have stronger language around, which I can propose over email, or that there is a protest.
What would be the noise? What would be the language that you would want to recommend?
I think it's the language that we were, it's not finalized. I think we were workshopping it in that email thread, Stephen, that I think you and Francois and Frank and Alex and I were on. But essentially, it makes it easier for ABCA to issue fines in this particular area so that if they can hear music or bass directly outside a venue,
Mhm. But
they can issue
I
a
thought that
fine.
was part of the Noise Amendment Act, the legislation though.
No, that they have to be in front of like a residence house. It doesn't solve the problem of it doesn't solve the problem of ABCA using the excuse of they don't know where the noise is coming from. Because they're not issuing a fine at the location of the bar. They're saying they have to stand in front of my house, which is what they've been doing anyway. Do you see the difference?
I believe I'm hearing one, but I'm not. I don't know if I'm quite following it exactly. But
So the way it's written right now is the ABCA investigators have to come inside my house and say, yes, you're right. You can hear music, you can hear bass inside your house. And then they can go and issue a fine because they've heard it inside my house. In
mhm.
this area of U Street and 9.5, they've never been able to do that. No matter how many times they come into my house, they leave and then they tell me when I follow up with them that they don't know which venue the music or bass is coming from
Right,
because
right.
every single venue is loud. So the
Yeah.
language I guess I would love to see in the settlement agreement is giving ABCA freedom if they need to issue a fine just by standing directly in front of a
But I
venue.
think, Sue, I think that's like a legislative thing that has to change within the legislation of the way ABCA enforces, and that's why by my understanding, that's why the Noise Amendment Act is being passed, is to try and change that. I don't know if that's something that we can directly add into a settlement agreement. A settlement, you
Stephen,
can't.
it
Okay,
No,
Frank.
we absolutely could, yeah.
it does. There are standards in nearby neighborhoods where if noise is heard outside of the establishment, that's a settlement agreement matter. And if it's heard, because it's entered into the settlement agreement, it says no noise shall
Right,
be heard
but not,
outside the
but
establishment.
we can't say. But then ABCA can then issue fines. I mean,
Well,
we
no,
can't
but
speak to the fines that they can issue and the way that they can investigate.
no, but ABCA can easily enforce it if you see what I'm saying. A settlement agreement provision that prohibits noise being heard outside the establishment. And there
Okay,
are
I'm reading this clause right here. It says noise. Applicant shall take commercially reasonable steps to ensure that music, noise, and vibration from the establishment are not audible or felt beyond the property boundary of the establishment, including but not like limited to making architectural modifications to the establishment.
Isn't there a DuPont Circle settlement agreement that has the noise stipulation that you're talking about, Frank? I know you shared it with me a few years ago, and I think Musali called it out in his talk in front of the council.
yes, you are correct. In front of the ANC, he
Yeah.
mentioned that provision is actionable, and I'm
Can
trying to
you send the language to maybe the people who are going to negotiate the settlement agreement?
Yeah, I will look for it if you would do also, because I've been dealing with
I haven't been
noise.
able to find it since you sent it to me. I've looked.
Okay,
All right, I'll
okay.
take a look.
We're running a little low on time. Alan Ebert has his hand up from the audience.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm Alan Ebert, Executive Director of Ninth Street Association. I just wanted to mention that the owner of Secret is trying to register and log in.
They are. Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I just called him up. So he's trying to get in. I don't know how soon, but maybe if you have to move on and come back to it, I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for that insight.
You're welcome.
Let's put that on hold for now, and then let's return to them and see if that owner returns in lieu of that information. Thank you. Okay. VIP lounge. They're just right next door.
I believe that's on my list. I'm pulling it up.
I do not believe we even have a settlement agreement with them.
Yeah, I think that is correct. So, yeah. The settlement agreement is with Claus, a previous owner from 2013. It doesn't have any of the it has none of the amendments that we're looking for. It doesn't talk about queuing, safety, trash.
Yeah,
So
2013 is out to date.
yeah, we need a new
2022
settlement
is
agreement with them.
2013 is out to date.
Yeah.
Okay. See some hands up. Frank.
Yes, I'm going to make a quick comment and then I'd like to motion on the grounds of peace, order, quiet, and all applicable grounds. First, I haven't seen this club operate for a year or two, maybe three. I've been walking by, I walk this block regularly.
Oh, that's right.
So I'm not sure why it is not in safekeeping. This license should have been placed in safekeeping a year or two ago when it stopped operating. So I think it's in violation of the code for that respect. And it seems to be an endemic issue where licenses are not being placed into safekeeping like they're supposed to. And ABCA is not catching this. I don't understand. If ABCA shows up and they can't do their investigation, they're required to do inspections, excuse me, twice a year. If they show up and it's closed, how are they taking an inspection, which is required twice a year? So I Googled or excuse me, not Googled, I FOIA'd the inspections for this property, and we don't seem to have any. So I find that a little strange.
Okay. And your
And
motion?
a motion, I'd like to protest on peace, order, and quiet, and trash and litter.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any other discussion? Alan, your hand is up.
Yes, me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's the same owner. Secret is owned and VIP are the same owner. I
Okay.
just want to let you know that.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
I
maybe
don't know why they're not open yet. All right, thanks.
Okay. All in favor of let's vote on Frank's motion. To vote. All in favor of Frank's motion, please raise your hand. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 5 votes. The motion passes to protest VIP.
Was that the combo of VIP and secret or just VIP?
Frank's motion was just for VIP. We're still waiting to hear from the secret owner, I guess would be the same owner, but we protest the VIP license. It seems that they're for peace, order, quiet, and the fact that they are closed and should be in safekeeping. ABCA has not been investigating it. Okay. Moving along. Ooh, all right. 801. I think this is my list. They have a settlement agreement. I don't think oh, Mr. Ruckers, you have your hand up for voting, or do you have a comment you want to raise? Okay, no. 801, I think they're in my list. They have an extensive settlement agreement. They have a summer garden, but it's a covered roof. There haven't been any investigative flags, board orders, or any rampant neighborhood complaints. I would like to add them to the group that we support their renewal on and not protest at this time. Okay. Next one is then we also have All Souls. All Souls also has okay. 1 second there. I'm going to finish up All Souls. All Souls has an extensive settlement agreement. It's quiet cocktail bar, and I actually add some thing to that particular block, and believe we haven't heard any complaints from them, any board orders, and think we should vote to support their license. Frank, you have your hand up, but I think we also have DeRege Denali too.
Yes, thank you. I would just like to make a large pronouncement and note regarding the respect of All Souls to the community. They were the first tavern that installed a a front patio summer garden that faces residences, and everybody's sitting down. They're required to sit down, and they do not serve alcohol. You have to go inside and get alcohol. So you have to bring it out yourself. But everybody sits down because it respects the adjacent residences with across the street, and this is mixed use residences, right? The ones that aren't usually that is protected as residential residences. So I just want to say kudos on a past ANC commissioner that engaged this good owner, good neighbor, to a settlement agreement on a summer garden facing residences that all sit down and are quiet and respectful to the neighborhood. So I just wanted to iterate that on All Souls. Thank you.
Important to note. Thank you. All right. DeRege Denali is here. This is mute. Mr. DeRege?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi. Are you the owner of Secret Bar and Secret Lounge and VIP Lounge?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, the system you give me back and forth on and off, on and off. So I hear a couple of them. I cannot reach you back to respond about to business. So basically, I own both those business. I don't have any issue, no complaint, no violations. I've been there a long time.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that one more time?
I've been there long time. I don't have any violation. I don't have any problem. Those two business.
With Secret Lounge and VIP.
VIP lounge, yes.
With how often are you on the site of? And first question, why Weird VIP Lounge is closed? Can you confirm that?
We open, but we try to do different mentality. Try to vegan foods. We working on it. We had a website, where everything. But we work in the weekend. Now we try to open Monday to Friday on except to the weekend too, but it's not closed yet.
So VIP Lounge is not closed, you're saying?
No.
Okay. And you said there's no, I think we found some investigative history for Secret Lounge that found that Secret had where is this? Sorry, just a little lost here. Swear I just lost for Secret. Yeah, Secret Lounge. Sorry, there was an assault in 2019. There's a shooting outside after kicking out patrons in prior fights and alterations.
That's not we investigated. There is nothing found in our business. The issues are outside. Anything happens on outside, so it's not anything happen on the secrets. If you see the record, I don't see anything violation for that incident.
Okay. Thank you. Does anyone else have any questions for Mr. Derege?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll let Alex. Sorry.
Alex?
Hi, Mr. Durge. It's good to meet you. I'm one of the residents on 9.5 Street, and we are trying to work on the kind of like rat and rodent problem in the area between like our homes and the businesses on 9th. And just wondering if I could get your contact information for after this to work with you on trying to address some of that rat problem back there.
I'm happy anytime, if you give me the number, or I can send you my email or my phone number. You can reach me anytime if you're in certain situations.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions for Mr. Derege?
Yes, just a quick follow-up. DJ,
Yes.
can you tell me, I walk by that club every day, nights, don't see any operations. You seem to have iterated that you're doing something different with vegetarian food. When is that taking place?
It's really the economy is bad. The situation, the road is closed. We have certain, people was drinking outside, eating outside. Food truck comes in over there. We have a lot of problems. So we really was struggling that block. We deal a lot of different problems. So now I try to figure out, different idea, through vegan foods is much better. Maybe this block, that's a concept I have right now. So we open a weekend, but now we try to full capacity to open. We renovated inside, clean, so that's where I am right now.
So you're operating on the weekend. So I should see folks in lines or doors open on the weekends. I don't usually see that. So is that recent?
Yeah, but you don't have that much customer like you used to. The block, Frank. People lose incomes. We don't see that at CZ before. It's different now. People's in and out. People maybe drink one or two. We cannot even afford to pay the rent and to pay the employees. We on contract. We have the business. Try to keep as it is. Maybe today and tomorrow is gonna be the economy better. Maybe the situation is better. Now the police clean the street is really happy with that. So we working on it. So we don't see anything in the crowded outside. You see soon, maybe, the economy better, the street is clean now, way better now.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Last call for final questions for Mr. Derege.
Okay.
I put my email and phone number in the chat if you want to send me a note and we can connect about the rodents and the trash back there.
Okay. How? I don't see your email. Do you send it?
Can you Mr. Alan Ebert, do you have Mr. Dreje's email or contact information?
Yeah, I can get it to him.
Can
Sure.
we work with you to try and get it to connect you guys? Okay, that'd be great.
Thank you so much.
I'll put it in the chat.
Thank you. So Mr. Dreje, we did vote to recommend protesting VIP. It sounded mostly because it sounded closed and needed to be safekeeping. So this is new information here.
Grounds of peace, order, quiet were approved.
Grounds of peace, order, quiet are approved as well. But I'm not hearing any motion to protest a secret, and I think so I think we're gonna.
Chair, I have a question before you proceed, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Since Mr. Mr. Dereje, can you make sure that I'm pronouncing your name correctly?
Yeah,
Since
you
Mr.
good.
Dereje is Dereje?
Yeah, you good. Yep.
Okay, Mr. Dereje has clarified that his location, due to economic hardship, is no longer doing the type of business that would have a need to protest. And the initial was there was an assumption that it was closed, and it's not. So should we withdraw the protest because there's no violations that's listed for that location? And I'm only saying that because we just put that in the bucket of, we just did a few that we didn't have protests for. I mean, there's no need to put anything on there to cite anything, since it's not on the list of having any citations.
I object because the grounds were peace, order, quiet, and trash and litter behind the operator, behind secrets, and behind VIP. There's an immense rat and trash problem, and our colleague Alex Smith alluded to that. So on those grounds, peace, order, quiet, trash, and litter is an appropriate standard of protest. This sits in the middle of a moratorium zone. That's sort of grounds to have consideration, and that's why I've raised it. There is no settlement agreement for this operator because the last operator was solely a restaurant. So they should have a standard settlement agreement, and the trash and litter is contributing from behind this operation, is contributing to the
So it's
neighborhood.
specifically
Okay.
from that
Can I say something,
location?
please? Can I say something?
Okay. Yes, Mr. Dreje. Yes, please. And
Listen,
yes.
I like Frank always defeated our business. I'm not against that, but you need to have valid point to be against any business. We suffering. We have families. We have a lot of employees behind us. You know how many single mothers who work my place? Do you know how many people behind them? You should understand that people who are suffering right now. Did you see any violation on this business? Did you see anything trash, music, and incidents? Nothing. I don't know what the point always to be behind the license really irritates me. I'm really working for the government. I participate mayor office. I participate safety staff. I participate the police safety. I'm engaged for the safety in the situations. So we don't have any violation. We don't have nothing.
Mr.
It's not
Derenge.
supposed to be in protest.
Mr. Derenge, that's what I was making. I was noting that because the rat situation that we have in the city is not particularly to your location. It is a nasty location, not your location, but that area is really nasty. And I know for a fact that from the corner of 9th and U all the way down to the corner, all the way up, it is disgusting, and not particularly your location, but we have a lot of different areas that's contributing to it. But I was mentioning because the chair had just cleared one particular establishment for not to recommend protests, and I was going along those lines because there's nothing listed, and this particular establishment came under Rachel's purview, and I thought you wanted us to lead the discussion under our
Yeah,
for our particular
Okay.
Let me point
investigations.
out the fact
All right.
that the settlement agreement hasn't been updated since 2013. Any protest that happens is just to make sure there's an updated settlement agreement to make sure that it's in line with the standards of the current.
And I agree with
committee.
that, Rachel. I
Okay.
Yeah.
just want to make sure that we are
And I want to
doing
make
that.
sure, yeah, I want to make sure that the owner understands that we are not protesting him for anything that he did or didn't do. It's just a technical step that we have to take to engage with him in creating a new settlement agreement that will not harm you or curtail you in any way. It will just, it has certain provisions on it, on trash, this other stuff, and we're giving that out to everybody now.
Well, there's some that
Yeah.
was
Okay. Miss
missing.
Gall, we have to cut you off. I'm sorry.
Well, don't cut me off, Chair, because I was the ones that you waived protest on
I know.
a few of them. And
Yeah.
so if we're sticking to our points, we need to make sure that we capture those that you just waived those protests on.
Yeah. I hear you. I just wanted to clarify. We have to keep moving along here. Mr. Dredge, I thank you for coming. I just want to clarify the point of the protest. The protest, as mentioned, is something that we do to try and create settlement agreements that are really that we can go to hearings for, but 95% of the time our motion to protest or to create these kind of settlement agreements, which are these friendly neighborhood agreements between the businesses and the community. And we want to work with you to just have something in writing. It's updated from 2013 that addresses some of the concerns of garbage and trash that one of our committee members raised, and we want to work with you on this. We don't want to do this in a way to try and penalize you in any way, and we really appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Yeah, but finally, I'm sorry, I didn't know the person's name. She really fair and she make a good point. Basically, in DC, there is no violation. There is nothing incident, nothing to on your establishment. I don't see any protest. I don't know why keep this situation come through the block. I understand the block has had problems. Yeah, but we working on it. We working on it to be finalized, to be cleaned. We working on it. The police, try to make money, try to be survive. Everybody have human. That's our incomes. So
Can we
suffering, you should understand to consider this situation, please.
Can we please hear from the commissioner and Alex
Yeah.
Smith? They've had their hands up.
Okay. Commissioner Barrio.
Yeah, very quickly. I just wanted to say, to be clear, the committee is not voting to protest. The committee is voting to support a protest or recommend a protest to the commission. So this is not a final decision. Things can be worked out. I agree with what folks have said in that, protesting does not mean that, we're trying to take establishment's liquor license away, but that we have concerns about peace, order, quiet. And I will say that, we can negotiate settlement agreements before actually formally protesting at the commission meeting. That is within the commission's power. It is something I expect us to do given the large number of licenses that we have. And so, I just wanted to make that clear that while this is in some ways a technicality, that we don't actually, as a commission, need to protest every single license. We can work out settlement agreements whenever we want, before or after voting to protest. So I just wanted to add that.
Alex, can you give the final word here, please?
Yeah, just really quickly, I'm really happy to hear the applicant talk about the commitment to the community and just the willingness to work together to work on this rodent trash issue, because I think it's definitely going to take a whole community approach to address. And I think it also makes sense, as a couple other people have chimed in, that we need to be treating all our applicants the same and giving them the same settlement agreement and the same terms. And so for the one that's lacking, it makes sense to put that settlement agreement in place, and for the one that's old, to update it to the new standards that we're applying to everyone else.
So finally, I want to say one thing, everybody have to understand in my situation. At the same time, I've been living there more than 6 years. I live in 1928 8th Street, across street, our business. Any incident, anything happens is gonna affect me. I'm working on it. The neighborhood. I feel anybody feel different way. The same thing. I'm a neighbor. I've been there long time, so you have to consider that too. So I live the same block and 9th Street.
Thank you, Mr. JJ. Okay. We'll be in touch and share contact information and work something out so we can make this, we can come to an agreement with you and not go to a protest.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Chair, can I have a point of order? That I think that you might have bypassed what both Alex and I both said. We want to make sure that everyone is on the same, using the same level set when it comes to these settlement agreements. We should not be bypassing anyone. If it's we should make sure that everyone has that standard settlement agreement, because things need to be updated. There's a lot of
Okay,
things that's
Ms. Gall,
happening.
I'm sorry. We are still at it was 10, it's past 10 o'clock now. We are at license 10. We still have 30, we still have to get to 32 licenses, 33 licenses. We have to keep moving. We've discussed this point multiple times. I think we're doing a great job, but I think we just need to keep moving along at this point. I'm sorry. Thank you. Okay. We are going to the next license discussion is El Rey. They have I don't know if this was, I don't know which one this was on Who's List for, but this is they had a settlement agreement. I'm not aware of no complaints or no board orders kind of came up in the investigation. With no commissioners have raised concerns from El Rey. Does anyone
This was Frank's list.
Frank's list, okay. El Rey. Frank Chauvin. Frank, did you encounter any issues with El Rey that you went to flag?
I do not have anything to bring to the table here. It's one of the ones that were on my periphery of my 11. And I just got a response like in the last day. From APCA or from FOIA on some list of items. I had asked for a set of my 11, a copy of the investigation reports and of all the calls. And I just got a return because they took 3 weeks to do it. And so I don't have an update for you on this.
Okay. Suha, I'd like to give you 30 seconds if possible.
Same comment as always. They're in this hotspot of bars that APCA has a really hard time distinguishing where the noise is coming from. They're right next to Kiki's. So I would like to see an updated settlement agreement with them.
Okay. Suha, would you be willing to attend a roll call hearing and a potential mediation hearing with them?
Sure.
Would you be willing to do that as a representative of ANC 1B and as a neighbor as a resident of ANC 1B?
I'm not sure what that means, but sure.
But I guess if we vote to protest as the ANC, we could choose to elect a representative to attend the protest, and it would be helpful to have you do that, considering you have this if you A or have the ability to, and then B or have the specific inclinations to improve their settlement agreement. Alex has done it before for the Appio restaurant.
Okay. I guess I'm not sure, like, how is this different than Kiki's, for example? Like,
So we're protesting a lot of places in the same
yeah.
concentrated area. And we need to have representatives at the meeting, otherwise the protests get dismissed. A lot of these protests happen in the middle of the day and
okay.
people have jobs. And so in order to move forward these, sometimes it's just like, oh, we're going to hold till the next meeting. but you have to sit through the whole meeting to get there. And so it's, if we're protesting everything, even if there's no complaints, then we need people from the community to step up and also take ownership for some of these protests.
And the
Okay,
dates are supposed to be
so
sent to us by the chair of the committee, so you know to have the proper notification when you're supposed to appear.
Yeah,
okay,
it's further down the line, but I just wanted to ask, but it is helpful to to help uh to help do that, to help the protest process out by physically having some time to be there.
okay, yeah, no, I'm happy to go to a couple of them or as many of them as you need. I think I'm still a little bit confused because
Okay.
it didn't seem like there are meetings for the other ones, or maybe I'm
There will
I'm
be, yeah.
there will be.
Anything that
Oh,
we
okay.
protest, there, we need to attend. For every meeting that they have, someone from the ANC has to be present as the
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, I mean, you're welcome to give me a few of them to go to or a list of them to go to. I'm happy to
Okay.
do that.
All
awesome.
right, that's very helpful. Thank you.
That's super helpful. Thank you.
Suha, do you know if there's I mean, also Commissioner Barrio, do you know of any specific concerns or complaints of El Rey, or it's just wanting to update their settlement agreement?
I have
Well, for
not
me
heard any.
I can
specifically,
make
it's
a
the
move. I can
noise.
move to make a motion on the
Okay.
grounds of peace, order, and quiet,
All right.
and all applicable grounds, and
Okay.
trash, because that area is really filthy and trash for sure.
Okay. Over here, second.
For a second.
All in favor of supporting Ms. Gall's motion, please raise your hands. Okay. All right, unanimous. We're still on. You guys are locked in.
We have
That's
a
great.
question in the chat asking when Thirst Lounge is going to come up from an
Okay.
attendee.
And I'm
If
definitely going to speak on that too, so don't worry.
And I will be
Okay.
speaking also.
Okay, everyone's thirsty for thirst. That's what we like to hear at
Can we
10, 13
skip over
p.m.
to that for now? Since it's one that people are looking to
Well,
get out of.
I have I have several on my list because I
Okay.
have several on the list today, Rachel. So I was just waiting for my turn.
No problem. I'm not trying to
Okay.
jump you.
I like to just continue on with this as goes, but hopefully we can get to thirst. That can help motivate us to get to thirst quicker. Nellie's Restaurant and Sports Bar. They have an extensive essay. I know there's been some challenges with them for for reasons. But I think
Yeah, it's a recent essay. It's 2023, and the FOIA response I got back on them just was a copy of their offering compromise for an enforcement action in 2021, and I'm not, and that was all there is. So I don't think that there have been problems since then that they have investigated.
okay, great. Thank you, Eileen. Okay, so I'm not hearing a motion to
Yes, I'm
protest.
making a motion to protest on the grounds of security, peace, order, and nastiness and around the facility. Trash, peace, order, quiet, nasty, vermin and rodents, and and that's it. Thank you. And security.
Okay. Well, Ms. Gall, I know you mentioned you did your work a lot on your specific list. This one was in Eileen's list. So I think we want to
But this is
perhaps
a community protest. I'm making a move for the protest as we are doing for as as a committee member. I know that's under Eileen's list.
okay. But Eileen just spoke to us and she just advised that she didn't recommend that based on her research and based on the work that she's done, based on the updated settlement agreement with them.
I'm not. That's the motion that I made the move for that motion. Are you asking me as the chair to withdraw my motion, sir?
I'm not asking that. I'm just asking, do you have a response to Eileen's thoughts and
Well,
feedback
I
about
that's okay. Should I be real clear on the complaints, or should I be clear on what is your question specifically that you need clarity on?
do you see Yeah, my question is, what is your response to Eileen's response that they have an updated settlement agreement, that there's no complaints and there's no investigative history actions, and we don't have any
There's community complaints, and that's the reason why I made my motion. But if you want me to clarify, I clarify the motion for the nastiness, the grease traps, the grease that spills into the street, the rodent control, as we were talking about the debris and rodent issues. That's where the trash and nastiness. The complaints are community complaints in regards to security and additional issues with that establishment. So what I was trying to make sure that I was clear on, the motion was made on the order to move for peace, order, quiet, and trash and cleanliness and and security in all applicable grounds. That's my motion.
Okay.
Karen, can you remind me, are you referring to something specific with respect to security?
There was there they've had a number of security issues, but there was some security issues in regards to bouncer activities, and also
I think that was before the settlement agreement, though,
but
of 2023.
I'm sorry. Should I
Sorry for
not
cutting you off.
talk? I'm really not clear on what I shouldn't say or what I should say. So there was some security.
Chairwoman
Yes,
Gal, I
yes,
just want
sir.
to say to you that, like, I've been working with you for many years, and you're a huge advocate. And you and I, one of the first things we agreed on was Nellie's, and there are some issues. So you don't have to say it; I'll say it. There's been a lot of issues with some abuse to just local people coming into the place, harassment. There's been constant. I would say, out of all the places in that area, grease issues with rodents. Just, and we already know there's rodents, but it's worse in that area. And it's nothing against Nellie's. It's just a general how it's operated. So I don't know if that helps at all by saying it myself. But I just know that you've been a staunch advocate and saying with I to make the area better and make sure every bar owner is playing by the same rules. And Nellie's, I've seen over my 9.5 years living in DC and my 4 years as a commissioner, that it's the same stuff, even with the settlement agreement from 22 or 23 when that was put into place.
But
Sorry, thank you.
I was trying to, but apparently being cut off is the forte for me today. But I just want to make it very clear. I was trying to make sure that it was clear about the community concerns, and I appreciate you supporting that. And I don't know how much more clarification I need to add to my motion that I just made and that
Okay.
I moved
Does anyone second Miss
for
Gall's
protest.
motion?
I'll second.
All in favor? Okay. It's 4 votes. Motion passes. Okay. SOAST. We were currently protesting their change for a substantial change. I don't believe we need to protest their renewal in and of itself, because I think the questions are specifically about the summer garden. Commissioner Barrio, I defer to you. This is your SMD. Frank, you're raising your hand.
I'll let Commissioner Barrio speak first.
I was just going to say that we're in negotiations right now with SOAST about the summer garden, as well as the other concerns regarding, primarily noise and trash and lines. I don't think that the committee necessarily needs to take action on this, because we are negotiating, working with them right now, and the commission can always choose to protest at our meeting in November. But I definitely, there are outstanding concerns regarding their license, and we definitely need to have, we want to have a settlement agreement in there. they've been really good about responding to us and working with us and, speaking directly with the neighbors. So I'm hopeful that we can make some good progress there.
Okay.
I'd like to just say that they are coming to the table regarding their substantial change request to install a summer garden that is 10 feet away from a residential window. All right, so let's be clear on what they intend to do. There's a set of 6 or 8 residents that are complaining of noise. They've been complaining since January, and we have a log of that complaint. So the protest is sort of going around, including the request. The protest that's on the table is for the substantial change. That's the one that is Francois Westminster Neighborhood Association, and that I am an agent, a representative of on this issue, are protesting. However, the substantial violations of the code regarding noise being heard in at least 2, if not 6, or adjacent residential zoned homes are very large, and we are unfortunately large issue. And unfortunately, the protest is for the substantial change closes in 30 days. Either there's going to be a settlement agreement or we'll go to a protest hearing. And that has to all be done in 30 days. So I'm quite concerned about that timeline. So because there's large number of complaints in the neighborhood regarding their queuing that is backing up the neighborhood, leading into crowding that is further bothering the residential adjacent neighborhood, their noise that is getting into at least 2, if not 6 residential homes, and their trash where there's 30 bottles of tequila in the adjacent next door yard. That's not all their problem, but it's a problem, and they have the closest proximity.
Okay, yeah,
So
Frank,
I'd like to motion a protest on the grounds of peace, order, quiet, and it can be dropped if it's worked out. If it works out with the substantial change that's going through, but I'd like to protest I'd like to motion a protest on the grounds of peace, order, quiet, trash, and litter, and noise ordinance.
Okay. Anyone second?
I'll second it.
All in favor? Okay. The motion passes. I think it was 5 votes. Okay. All right. I'd like to make a motion now. I'd like to motion that the Jungle, Franklin Hall, McDonald, Pop, Slice and Pie, and Barcata Wine Bar, we support their renewals. There's no investigative history with them. They have largely have settlement agreements. There's no complaints with them.
I'll
second that. Any further discussion?
Well, Chair, the Franklin Hall was on my list of establishment. As you mentioned, there's no their current settlement agreement is in 2022. My recommendation was for their settlement agreement to be updated.
Okay. Ms. Gall, I just want to say we encountered a settlement agreement earlier today from 2013. I think there's a really big difference between 2013 and 2022. 2022, and also in my mind, was like yesterday.
Okay, I mean, most of them don't attack the vermin issue, and but if you think it's fine, you the chair, go ahead, go on.
Well, I've also reached out to the ANC, the Commissioner Lemon Strauss, and he didn't have any feedback or any complaints specifically for Franklin Hall.
So our research that we've been doing on these establishments is not necessary?
I think the research is really necessary, and Ms. Gall, I think honestly tonight, I think you have shown that you have done your homework maybe better than anyone else here, and I really want to applaud you for that. But I think while it's important, I think there's a certain, right, I don't know. I'm thinking reasonable standards here. I'm thinking, before 2020, that's maybe old, but after 2020, I just don't see that as being, that this has all the information that we normally have in there. And you can see the difference between old
Right.
settlement agreements and new settlement agreements.
I don't have any recent violations for Franklin Hall. The only thing is that they had their 2022 settlement agreement that I had listed, and they, of course, they have a large capacity of over 5600 square feet as a beer hall, and they have a high
Mhm.
traffic area. I just was thinking on the grounds of noise that we might want to negotiate their settlement agreement from August 31st, 2022, but it's completely up to you, Chair.
Well, it's not up to me. It's up to the committee and it's up to the commission. Um, I do see your point taken. Let's see. I think given the circumstances, I feel comfortable saying let's renew this settlement agreement in another 2 years when it gets renewed. And then that point will kind of reach the 5 year mark, which I think will be due for renewal. I don't think that 3 years for a settlement agreement is really worthy of renewal. And I feel comfortable renewing it that time if I'm still here and we're also here.
I'd like to move the motion.
Okay. All in favor of the motion to support Jungle, Franklin Hall, Maidan, Pop, Slice and Pie, Barcade Wine Bar? Woo! Unanimous. All right, you guys rock. All right. Okay. This allows us to go to Thirst Lounge, which is great. I know we have a lot of complaints on Thirst Lounge. Eileen, your hand is up. I don't know if you're from the vote or not. Okay. Commissioner Kenzik, maybe here. Okay, Commissioner Kenzik, what time is yours? Oh, Ms. Meader's
Hi,
hand up.
hi, yes, hi everyone. I'll try to be as quick, and I'm going to try to sound as peaceful as possible because I don't want to get yelled at by the chair again. No, I'm just kidding. So real quickly, Chair, I know you're like, shut up and move on. So you guys might be aware, and I'm pleading to the committee. We've had issues for 2 years now. December will mark 2 years. I got involved in February, so this February will be 3 year or 2 years for me being involved with it. But some of the neighbors started having issues, and I wasn't even brought into the situation till about 3 months later. What they have there, it's an old sushi bar. They took over the placard. It's a retractable roof, similar to what we were speaking about earlier with Kiki, but theirs is a glass retractable roof. So as you guys probably know, glass is really hard to retain sound, but then also when you have, lines going through it as it retracts, it also permeates sound out the windows, walls, everything. I had a constituent who actually had to move, hand to God, to T Street, and she's current renting out her home because they couldn't take it. I mean, between paying for lawyer fees and I was there with Commissioner Chauvin. We were on weekly calls with Musali about this, and I put it this way, guys. This will probably sum it all real quick because I know we're in a rush. There's been 10 issued violations by ABCA in our area, in Ward 1 area, and 4 of them have gone to Thirst. So that just gives you a little understanding. So they're over the $1,000 threshold. They just continue either paying him or paying him off, and it just keeps going on and on. We've tried. When I tell you, from myself going there with the people that were upset and complaining about the noise, we had a 2-hour meeting, very intensive meeting. It was decided that June that we were Chair Harris at the time and I were going to sign off on a letter that Commissioner Chauvin helped work with me and did a great job really putting it together. And what happened was Secretary Duramo came to me and said, listen, be it that it's a gay black bar, and we want to be thoughtful of everyone. I'm like, I get it, I understand that. It's not about that. It's about the noise, Chair. And he's like, I know. I just want to, or sorry, Secretary. I just want to make sure we go through all options. So at the end of that year, right before Secretary Durama became chair in December, we him and I, Chair Durham and I, went back there to Thirst and sat back down with Brandon and Sean and spoke with them. And at length, I was there for 3 hours. Chair Durham had to leave after 2 hours, but again, explained to them things that you can do to better insulate the place. I explained to them that the sound is going to consistently emanate from the roof when they're playing the bass. They have had inspectors go over to this one individual's house that has now moved, done decibel readings over 60, 65. Sometimes they decide, meaning the own APCA, well, this isn't nothing. She's complaining for nothing, and they don't do anything about it. And then sometimes they do agree with it. We've brought Sean and Brandon on the call about a year ago. Again, all of us as commissioners saying, hey guys, we really want to work with you. I had made the error and say this has been going on since November, and they're like, this is December, Commissioner. Kind of, we opened it, so they were very defensive, and I'm like, I don't know what that's all about. I just want to make sure that people that live in a residential zone, which is backed up to it, it's on, they're on 14th Street in Florida, and the residents are all in Florida, and they even reach out up to Belmont and further through the alleyways, which start to lead into Commissioner Duramo's area. So to wrap this up, the point is that we've really have done everything, to me, to the point that I've even gone to the ONAC and have asked them for money, saying that they're in need of money, and their response was, well, you can't really do that because your commission has 170,000, so you can't really say. But even then, now with all the new rules, we can't just give like one spot, soundproofing. It might better that one area, but it's not bettering all of 1B or all of DC for that matter. So with these new laws, our hands are tied. But when I tell you, I've thought of very creative ways. I know Commissioner Chauvin did. I know Chair Duramo has. I know current Chair Hanran has. Like, we're all trying to really make this as peaceful as possible. The last thing I'll say, I promise, Chair, is the last 3 months, they've just not responded to Chair Duramo, to the point that, he would send emails saying, guys, would you be open to the engineer? We went and spoke to Flash. We even brought Commissioner Handerhan, who dealt with Flash years ago, back in the fold to say, how did you do it? I also spoke to a couple of other commissioners that had similar issues, like with Lyco, whatever, over by the corner of where Uproar and that stuff. Like, it's very loud there at that one quarter, and they had to write like a very strict, direct settlement agreement in which, I'm going to be, I already started looking at it, but bottom line is we need to get them in a settlement agreement. The neighbors, there's about 15 now of them. They're protesting themselves as neighbors, and that's all out. Sorry for taking so long.
All right. I appreciate you, Commissioner Kenzik. I'd like to motion to support, I'd like to motion to protest. There are some grounds of peace, order, quiet, specifically noise.
I just want to point out that there's some people in the attendees that have their hands up.
Yeah, let's get them in here. Benjamin.
Thank you very much. First of all, I appreciate you all for going through this entire thing. It's been quite a marathon, and I'm only in it for this meeting. So thank you for that. Yeah, I really want to second what Alan said. I'm one of the folks who lives in the alleyway behind the establishment. This has been an ongoing issue for 2 years. We've actually had two, at least as far as I know, other residents who have had to move out and are either looking to sell or are renting their places. In addition to just the ongoing noise, we also have problems of folks, illegally parking in private property, leaving ashes because they have a hookah situation out in the back to cool right by where they put their oil grease, which I believe is a pretty significant fire risk, as well as just, a number of other issues of kind of drunk patrons that come down into the alley and break glasses and stuff. The only thing I'll leave it at is just because I think we've tried to work with them for 2 years. There's been a lot of attempts to try and find some sort of middle ground. And I think it's pretty clear just from behavior. And I think that, action speaks louder than words, and it's pretty clear that they aren't willing to work with us. So I appreciate you all.
Thank you. Thanks, Benjamin. Benjamin, are you in this email chain that was with Commissioner Kenzik and a couple of neighbors?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. We'd like to rely on your expertise here going forward.
Yeah, please do.
Okay, Ms. Gall?
I just want to concur with everyone, and as a community member who gets that actual tunnel noise directly into my property, I've expressed this several times to Commissioner Kinzek, but he's had a huge group of people who have been working with him, who has had to move, et cetera, et cetera. But I've expressed this from the very beginning, and I they are just really stubborn about trying to do a settlement agreement. I don't know exactly how we're going to get it, but I moved to second your motion, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gall. All to call a vote on the motion to protest in order of peace, order, and quiet, and specifically noise and multiple instances of noise complaints from neighbors. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, the motion passes. Okay.
Sorry, I forgot to put my hand up. You have my vote too, so it can be unanimous.
Okay, unanimous. Thanks. Okay. Next one, just get it real quick. Special one, Crush Bar. I've actually never been to Crush. I know a lot of friends who go to Crush, and like it thoroughly. I would like to. They have an extensive settlement agreement. Their owner does a lot of outreach with the community, to say the least. I would like to motion to vote to support Crush's renewal here, and suggest that if anyone feels that they don't want to vote on this specific instance, they do not feel like they have to. Do we hear a second? Okay. Yeah, let me try this again. So
Did you not have any, you're not being super clear in how you're explaining the situation. Are you saying that you did the research on it and you didn't come up with any complaints? You went through the settlement agreement and it's up to date? I just want to make sure that you're not just saying, because basically what you said is my friends go there and they like it.
That's a good point. No, thank
yeah.
you. Yes, they have a really up-to-date settlement agreement. It's from 2023. They let's check out who had them on our list. Crush. Frank was on Frank's list. Frank, did you encounter anything for Crush?
I did not find an investigative history, and I'm still waiting and haven't looked at it. It just came in today, whether there's any complaints in written format. So I can't tell you.
Okay. I don't believe Commissioner Harris has ever raised any concerns or has noted anything about them in the past. And I believe they are generally good actor on the block. I'm trying to think they're next. Yeah, Spark. I don't see a reason to protest at this time. And I would like to motion to support their renewal.
I just want to note, Ann Smith from the audience came to talk about thirst, and I don't want to bring us back there. I know we're on really late. Can we ask her to send a written testimony?
Yeah, Yeah.
Hey, can I ask? I don't mean to interrupt, guys. I'm tired too. We're all tired.
Yeah.
Please, I would really like Annie to be able to speak. She and her family. She had a newborn son during this whole time. I think we could give her, just a couple comments or something that she'd like to add, if
Okay.
that's okay
Sure.
with the committee,
Okay.
please.
Okay.
Thank you guys so much.
I support that. She's had to move because of noise.
Annie?
And spend tons in legal fees, and it goes on and on. So that's why I appreciate you guys doing this.
Annie, you can talk.
I know it's late. It will be 20 seconds. I just want to note my husband and I have been on this call since 7:15, just noting thirst is an issue. We can provide as much documentation as you need on all of it. Everybody knows the story, but I just want you guys to hear the time and effort as residents that we are putting in to come to the table and try to get this figured out. So appreciate everyone's time, but wanted to make sure you know that we joined the call as well and are committed to finding a resolution here. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks for being there. Okay. All right. Moving on ahead, we still Crush Bar. I see no reason to protest. There's no violations. Extensive settlement agreement.
I'll second.
Generally good favor from the commissioners. Call vote. All in favor, please raise your hand, Zoom hands. Okay. Thank you. All abstaining. Great. Beautiful. One abstain. Okay, awesome. Thank you. The motion passes. Passes to support. Votes. Okay. 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 The next batch, I'm going to recommend we group these up too. This is District Alley, Left Door, Next Door, Hash, Game On, The Saloon, Lucky Polo, Sud House, Alchemist, Quartz Bar, and Right Proper.
Left Door and Hash are on my list, and I do have something to say if you're grouping.
Okay. Okay, I would appreciate that. That'd be great.
Yeah, I have something to say about Game On.
Yeah, and there's no settlement agreement for.
No, there's no settlement agreement. That used to be the Fainting Goat, and there was not a settlement agreement with the Fainting Goat. They were exceptional neighbors, but I think we should try to get a settlement agreement.
And Left Door has a very old settlement agreement. It's 10 years old, and Hash has a 5-year-old settlement agreement, and so they need to. I protest them based on the noise, security, peace, order, and quiet for both.
And
I just want to make sure that that's clear. And those were the last two on my list, and I think I might be able to chime out.
Yeah, sorry for stepping on you at the end there, Karen. I thought you would.
That's okay. No, those. I just want to do my collective share. Thank you.
Miss Gall, you said Left Door, and what was the next one?
Hash.
Hash. Okay. Okay. Hash
It's
for.
on the list. It's on. Let me give you my because I remembered it. Number 22. 22 is Left Door, and Hash is
24.
number 24. Right. 24 Hash DC. It's it has a 2020 settlement agreement. It's at 1359 U Street Northwest, and Left Door location at 1345 S Street Northwest. It has a 2015 very old settlement agreement. It's 10 years old, and definitely we need to make sure that the noise technology has updated, security measures are updated, queue management. So again, I move to make a protest on the grounds of peace, order, and quiet for Left Door, located at 1345 S Street. I move to make a motion on the grounds of peace, order, and quiet for Hash, located at 1359 U Street Northwest. and on the grounds for the hours, hours of operation, noise, security measures, the summer garden provision issue, and entertainment endorsement. I need to. I'm interested in making sure that all that stuff is updated under their peace order and quiet and all applicable grounds for hash. And that's it. I'm tapped out. Thank you.
And Stephen on that list also is the saloon, who have been a good neighbor. They have no problems, but they also don't have a settlement agreement at all. So
Okay.
more of a, let's see if we can get a settlement agreement with them that's up to date.
Okay.
There's a motion
uh,
on there's a motion on the table for
Sorry,
the two
second.
protests.
yeah.
Seconding.
Do we second? Let's take a vote.
I just have a quick question for the two licensees that have been motioned to protest. Are there any investigative histories, Karen?
Yes, Frank.
There are investigative
Hold on.
histories for both of them.
Okay, give me a minute, please, sir. An investigative history for hash. I have it. They had a settlement agreement and a settlement agreement. Okay, no violations for hash. They had their settlement agreement. I said February 26, 2020. No recent violations. And so I just want to make sure that their settlement agreement has kept the pace with the neighborhood changes, and whether or not if we can start there was someone had said something about their delivery app and post COVID operations. How have they been doing? Because they were just a little concerned, but it's no community issues. And left door, um, their investigative history. We had a 2015 issue that was with the DuPont Citizens Alliance. It was just a back and forth agreement. I mean issue about trash removal during business hours, which was kind of, I thought that wasn't really anything of note because it's a small area. It's only 900 square feet of space, and they have no interior storage. But there's a trash issue. That's the reason why I said that the protest should be based on that peace, order, and quiet and trash. And they just had a little contention about that. That was back in 2015. Their current settlement agreement, as I noted, is 10 years old and it's outdated. And so I think that it needs to be updated, and that we should have some noise, noise, peace, etc. I'm tired, guys.
We hear you, Ms.
I'm
Gall.
done.
Yeah.
And I think I've talked in as much as I want to talk today. Thank you.
I think Rachel seconded Ms. Gall's motion. All in favor of protesting on this for supporting her motion? Three. Okay. 4, 5. Motion passes. Okay, the motion passes. It's 5 votes. Okay. All right, thanks. Okay. Then Rachel, you mentioned the saloon.
Yeah, they just don't have a settlement agreement.
I know they have been here for like 30 years.
They've been
right?
there forever.
I mean, isn't a 30-year
Yeah, they have
place
no violations. They've got nothing. So I'll just.
I'd just like to say that they are one of the best operators on U Street. They have no history of violations. They have done nothing but give back to the community. They've sponsored overseas school building. They would shut down for a month for at least 10, if not 15 years to go and build schools based on contributions that they raised through the saloon. And they've always been for at least 15, if not 20 years, a place where they will host community events for people that have meetings, etc. And so I would just like to have this untabled for time's sake. But if folks feel we need to protest for other reasons, then, I will cede to such motion.
Rachel, your
Yeah, I
your
mean,
call.
I agree with everything he said. I'm also the person who always talks about fairness, so I'm gonna let others decide. I personally think that it's worth it to float a settlement agreement in front of them. I don't think we need to protest that, like, we have so much on our plate with actual bad actors, that I'd rather not just drop that on someone's lap right now.
So you're recommending to not
Yeah,
protest.
yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay.
And calling myself out on my own, like, fairness, hypocrisy there, but
Okay. All right.
I I I um I agree with that.
Yeah.
I do. I don't want to forget that uh what I said about Game On though.
Can you remind us what you said about Game On?
They just opened and it used to be the Fainting Goat and there's no settlement agreement. And
How's it possible?
yeah, when Fainting Goat came,
Oh, they inherited the license.
they were just yeah, they just inherited the license. And so I just feel like we should approach them for a settlement agreement. And there had been over the past few weeks a few problems in the alley behind Passage with cars blocking, and then they had some of their trash that kept moving down the alley. But I think that has resolved itself. They were trying to open, and maybe they didn't have quite the crew they needed. But I just feel like since they want to have entertainment and since they want to be open until what time?
They've gambling there?
Huh?
Do they have gambling there?
No, it's arcade.
Oh, okay.
So it looks like a really cool place from the pictures I've seen. But they want to be open until 3 for entertainment, which I don't know, like, what does that mean for a place that's an arcade, essentially? But anyway, I just feel like we should try to get a settlement agreement.
Okay. All right. So you're motioning to protest on the grounds of peace, order, quiet, and
Yeah.
all uphill grounds?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anyone second Eileen's
I'll
motion?
second. I'll second.
All in favor?
Whoops.
Okay. Motion
Can't
passes.
find my own hand. There we go.
Okay. All right. And then I guess that leads the rest of them, except for, I guess, Unity. We're protesting Unity and going to potential protest hearing with them for their substantial change. So I don't I think we just protested SOS, but I think we have more time to protest Unity or get to a settlement agreement with them. So I don't see I don't unless I don't know. Frank, should we protest?
Just a quick question. I'd like to, however, what's the deadline on their placard for their license protest period?
11/24. 11/24.
Um, 11/24. Well, their investigative history isn't deep. They have been there a long time. Um, and we are working out a settlement agreement. Hopefully, actually, no, it might go to protest for their substantial change. Right, they want 6 a.m. operating hours, which everybody here and the ANC and the neighborhoods are opposed to. So it looks like we're going to go to protest. Um, and I don't know the age of their settlement agreement, so I don't even want to go there. But So I'm on the fence because I know how overwhelmed we all are, and we don't have all the resources we need to carry on everything we need to do. And so, because I'll just say I'd go either way on this because I'm tired and because everybody's tapped out.
Yeah. I would like to. I think let's tap us out. I think we have a protest. We're going to protest with them for their license, and I think that's we're going to update the settlement agreement. If it's going to lead to a settlement agreement, we're going to get to a better place with them. So I think it's kind of meaningless. I don't know how much good it would do us to protest right now. I'd like to tap us out. I'd like to vote. I'd like to introduce a motion to support the licenses, all the ones that we didn't explicitly vote to protest to support their license. Um,
Were there any of the ones that were highlighted in that sheet that were left? Also, yeah.
Could we also explicitly name which ones?
Yeah, because
sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's wise.
Okay. VIP, we did get that, so that's good. Okay, so these are um, Medina Knights, American Ice Company.
Hey, can you just maybe just say the number?
The number?
what?
No, okay, go ahead. I'll write fast. Or speak slower, please.
Oh, speak slower. Oh, okay.
Yes, okay.
Medina Knights, American Ice Company. Um, actually, Secret Lounge, 801 Restaurant and Bar, All Souls, Franklin Hall. Oh, we actually already voted. We already just voted to support those. So take Franklin Hall back. We had to vote for them. District Alley, um, the Saloon, Lucky Pollo, District Eagle, Sud House, The Alchemist, DC9, Quartz Bar, Right Proper, and Unity.
Can I ask a question? Why is it we have to affirmatively support?
We don't.
Can't, all right, because I have a problem with several in the list that are in my moratorium. And so, not my moratorium, pardon me, in the North Shaw moratorium.
Mhm.
And I am concerned about, showing support.
Yeah.
I don't,
We wouldn't be showing support. This is uniquely within us, within this committee's own decision making and protocols. This is basically saying, hey, we all agreed to not protest these. Or
Yeah, can we
could
put
simply
that language then and not
Yeah,
use
I
the
think
term
that's
support?
the support language
okay,
troubles me too.
okay,
Yeah.
okay. We all vote. Okay, then I'll amend my motion to that the committee is motion to not to vote to not protest the licenses that I just listed out.
A second.
Could I remove
Um,
two of those secret and Unity are both ones in that 9th Street corridor that a lot of the neighbors have been talking about, both in terms of trash and noise violations that we want to get the same this like is the kind of stricter language around noise that Sudo was mentioning earlier for their settlement agreements. So I'm happy to make a motion.
Okay,
To
but
separate
I think
those.
Yeah, to separate those two out.
but we did just vote to protest VIP, and so the thinking with VIP is that it's the same bar. It's basically the same physical place, but VIP doesn't have a settlement agreement, whereas Secret does. So therefore, we also get a settlement agreement with VIP and address the same concerns of noise and trash that's going on there. And then Unity, we also just discussed, we are actively protesting them and their substantial change.
Got it.
I'd like to support Alex's. Alex, you have a motion there?
Yeah, I was gonna. Sorry, it's late, y'all. As we all know, we're all running on fumes. I was gonna motion to protest. Now I'm forgetting which one was not protested.
I think you said unity and secret.
I'll motion to protest secret. I'll leave unity off since, as you just mentioned, we're all
Okay. Okay.
protesting.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Secret on the grounds of peace, order, quiet, and trash. And hopefully just make it in line with the new one that we're putting in place for VIP right next door.
Okay.
What number is secret?
6 Abra 107123.
No, I mean on the agenda.
Number 6, but I think, well,
Okay.
I moved some around now because I grouped
Oh,
the
okay.
keys
All right.
together and stuff like that. So I don't know if you have the
Oh, I see.
one
Okay,
now.
yeah, protest. Okay. Yep.
I'm gonna
Sorry.
clear up these notes and things. Okay, do I hear a second for Alex's motion? Oh,
Second.
Dewey has his hand raised. Did you just put it
Oh.
back up? He's the owner. Dewey, did you just re-raise your hand? Okay, maybe it's still there from before. Okay. All in favor?
Hello?
Hello, Dewey.
Yeah, sorry, if you give me a chance, I can say something. I don't understand why protest on secret, no violation, no trash problems, nothing happened in the incident to the business. So I was wondering to know what the issue to be protests.
I think there are some trash problems.
I don't have any trash ticket cleaning. I've just recently I met with DC trash controllers. I put my trash can, put in the name of the secret, the address, so I don't have any issue. So people you put outside the trash, that doesn't mean it's mine. Our trash
I
company
think it's
come back.
I think like a rodent issue in the back of the business.
We have a trash company 4 or 5 times a week, so I don't know what trash issue to come to me. I don't have any violations.
Does this information change any of the committee members' thoughts? Alex, your motion?
I guess my thought is we want all the 9th Street bars to have that same language, and I don't see us going to an actual protest hearing because I think, as Mr. Dirija, you seem very willing to work with the community on here. I think we'd get the agreement in place well before we got there.
Yes, Mr. J. It's going to be the same language as VIP, and it's just going to make sure that both those places have the same language, the same information. It's not.
Yeah, I got that, but you have to be fair. You know, there is nothing violation. There is nothing and anything happened on a business. Why would I take a burden of that blocks? So we clean. We have a trash company. It came up, pick her up. Always, I make sure when I come outside on my house, across street, I live there. I want to make sure the trash can is gone to clean. I put them back inside. I put in a name and the address of my trash can. You don't see any trash can on my doors. You don't see any trash on my door. So what the mention?
Dereje, can I ask if you would be interested in helping in the
Sure.
back, because this is a huge problem in the neighborhood, and there's several folks in the audience and there's several folks on this committee that know of the depth of the problem.
Frank, we
And
know
they're
me.
quite
I'm
deep
I'm
and they're
I'm
quite
always open to
insurmountable for
negotiate
definitely to step.
anybody.
I'm asking you if you would be willing. I'm asking if you would be willing to step up and help lead a project here to help resolve
Of
the
course.
issues that are wide, endemic, and deep.
I'm always working on you guys. I'm always to be participate anything. I'm not
Okay.
against anything.
Okay.
But what I
Okay.
said is that this protest, it doesn't fit to me.
It's okay. Okay.
I don't
It's
have no violation, nothing all happened to me. Very quiet and innocent business, especially the couple years. So I don't see the point to be protest. You need to have a
Yeah.
valid point to be this.
Mr. Dredge, you are, I think you are correct. We're recommending that the ANC commission consider a protest here. In that time, in the time of the next 3 or 4 weeks, we're going to work with you to sign whatever, to just, cash out a settlement agreement so that we don't have to go to any protest, ideally. That's our ideal goal, and work on the rodent issues in the back. I believe you are raising fair points here about the violations and the noise and the work that you do on the garbage. I, I thank you, and yeah, Mario Gilcorio.
But you can't see,
Hello. Yeah, I'm one of the neighbors that actually has direct access to that back alley, and I would like to speak sort of in favor of DJ. He's been extremely cooperative with us and working with us. I always point out at how he maintains the back of his businesses to other infractors in the alleyway as a reference. And he's been working with us a lot. So I hear the concerns. I support the
Right,
idea.
that's the wrong DJ. That's the wrong DJ.
The idea
This is the wrong
of
DJ.
I I still like those two long, like the back of those alleys, sorry, the back of those buildings. I use them as a reference when I point out to the back infractors how they should look. Um yeah.
I think we have some confusion on DJs. There's two DJs.
no, Frank, both of our we work together. Me and DJ, we talk. Anything happen, we clean together. Go
Yeah.
back to see anything in the back. Whatever I do, he do. We talk, so we are the same page to be clean in the back.
Just to be clear for the record, there's two DJs, but thank you.
Yeah, the person you mentioned behind us, we don't have any issue. Whatever he feel it, we work with him.
Independently who the right DJ is, I see the back of these buildings. I walk there often. I bring in inspectors from the city, and they have like access to those. I have photo reports from all those bags. I can like show evidence. I think writing the right language and having those documents to support the licenses is great. uh, I want to speak in favor of how this DJ is keeping up the business.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mario. Okay, I let's go to sleep. Let's go home, guys. Can we take a vote on Alex's resolution motion? This is to protest. This is to recommend to protest Secret Lounge with the hopes of getting signing a settlement agreement, learning what DJ and other DJ or whoever the DJ, learning what they're doing to that how they're taking care of their trash, and using them as an example for what we can do better for the back of those businesses, for the back of that street of businesses. Okay. All in favor, please raise your hands. Okay. Okay, the motion passes. Woo! Okay, before everyone just jumps off, thank you so much. This really was a marathon.
Quick question, Stephen, about those other ones that are on
Yeah,
the tracker.
yeah, there's other ones. Yeah, so unfortunately, we got another 10 or more or so licenses were placarded by ABCR yesterday. I reached out. I reached out immediately to ABCA to try and say we need an extension on this. Like, this is just, we absolutely are completely over inundated by this right now. And the answer was you can we can seek an exemption if you reach out to the licensee holder, and we don't have the licensee information on the renewals. And so it just is, I think it's unreasonable, and I think it's unfair. The short answer is we don't know what we're going to do yet. I think the ANC might have a emergency meeting or a separate meeting that kind of addresses something else, but also will address this as well, the end of October. If so, I will encourage you all to attend. If there's any time that you guys would like that this committee would like to meet again to vote on those, perhaps we can discuss via email, or we can discuss right now.
Quick question. I know that a few of these are in the spreadsheet. If you do have an emergency meeting, can you use the spreadsheet to make decisions? Because like I know at least one of these is on the list of things that I highlighted to protest and I put a reasoning in. So can people update the spreadsheet for you so that you can use that if they have these select items in their domain? If you have to do an emergency motion to protest any of them?
Yeah. Or I could reach out to those. I could reach out to the people directly to see to find out that information. Yes.
Will you let us know what those 10 are? I don't.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Rachel.
It's DNA Lounge, YOLO, MK Lounge, Cloud One, Habesha Market, Posh Lounge, and Shakers.
My brain's not. If you put that in the chat, I'll copy it.
Yep.
But I'm
I'll drop it
sorry.
in the chat for you. Sorry,
Okay.
I'm also fried. And if it doesn't come through the chat, I'll send it to you in an email.
Okay, that's you can just do that instead of the chat. That's fine too. Thank you.
Okay, let me drop it in an email.
Can we look at
Okay.
calendars for a special meeting?
For ABCR?
Yes.
And I do just want to flag that I know it's 11 p.m. that there are, I know, several community members on the call who came specifically looking at the spreadsheet for, I know, at least Posh Lounge in particular. So I don't know if we want to at least hear their testimony.
And I do have a question before you go into that, because all of the information that I provided to you tonight for my cases that I had under my 11, with exception to Habasha, which is coming up, I did not plug it into the spreadsheet, Rachel. So please, you have all right to be upset with me, but I did my research. But I provided you the information in this group, right? So you recorded that, right, Chair? Because I'm
Yes.
not going to be plugging it in the sheet. So Rachel, I'm just
That's
telling
fine. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Real quick, Commissioner Barrio.
Nothing. I was just going to say that the spreadsheet is the most up to date in terms of, so like, Eileen was asking about which licenses were outstanding.
Okay. Do we want to do you want to vote to see if we would all like to meet again, or try our best to have an ABCR meeting? I know it would essentially be like almost like a reschedule where we have to find the time to meet.
Do we have meeting notice requirements to be mindful of?
There is, I don't believe there is any,
Okay.
except I think we should take, some like 7-day notice to the community.
Yeah.
Yeah, we would have to
Okay.
at least be 7 days out.
I always
Okay.
do 7 days.
7
too,
business
Eileen.
days, yeah.
Well, 7 days, calendar days, I thought.
Yeah.
Okay.
Calendar is like 5 business
Sure,
days.
calendar's fine with me.
So can we just schedule it now, or are we gonna just email to determine if folks would like to participate and we can meet a quorum?
Let's
try to schedule it now.
try to schedule it now. Okay.
Yeah, might be easier.
All right. Go on my inboxes. Here we go.
How about 29th of October? Wednesday. Or Monday, the 27th.
Monday the 27th could work. I don't think I can I don't think I can do the 29th. My preference would not to be to do that.
I personally can't do the 27th.
Would
Could
November
anyone
3rd be too late? That's a Monday. That way we're avoiding Halloween.
That works for me.
What'd you say, Rachel?
November 3rd, it's a Monday.
Yeah, I could do that.
I'm
That
good
works for
from
me.
November the 3rd, please.
You're good for that, Miss
So
Gall?
I'm good. I'm good for November the 3rd.
Okay, all right. That's okay. All
Will
in
you send that
favor.
via email, please, though? All
What
this
what time?
work?
Can we do maybe even like, 6 p.m. or something like that? Or do you always
No,
want to do
7. I'm not
7?
going to
Keep it
do
7. Keep it
6
7.
p.m.
Okay, keep it. Okay. All in favor of November 3rd at 7 p.m., please raise your hand. Okay, that's a majority. Okay. Okay. All right.
Really quickly, just because I know we have a couple community members on here for Posh, would it be possible to do a protest recommendation for Posh and hear their testimony? Because I know what they like us have been waiting since.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
second.
okay.
I second that.
All right. Okay. Um, eh, are there hands raised? I see Frank is in the audience.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you. I know it's late, so I really appreciate folks taking the time to listen to our testimony. I'll try to be brief. Our issue is really the sanitation. Posh specifically has really contributed to the rat situation in the alleyway or on 9.5 Street and the space in between the homes and the restaurant. I routinely see rats in our fenced backyard. I'm tired of going back there to see chicken bones and other food that's dragged from Posh into our yard. It's disgusting. To use Commissioner Gall's words, the nastiness it's atrocious. The trash situation also creates a terrible odor. And it's not just food waste, it's also just random waste. I've seen construction debris, toilets back there. It sits out there, gets rained on, combined with the rat feces. I mean, just imagine when it's like 90 degrees and humid. It's terrible. It's so bad that the Department of Health has been out here, Department of Buildings has been back there, and we have serious concerns. So in all, it's really impacting our enjoyment of our homes. And we've tried to make contact with them about this, right? We try to be good neighbors about this. This is not the same situation as other businesses where they're communicative and they're working in good faith. We've just not had any sort of communication with them. So they're a serious concern for many of the members of the community here. So I'm asking that this committee protests. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I did a walkthrough with, I think Mario, I think you actually walked me and Commissioner Barrio through your apartment house, the ground floor, to show us the back, and it was really disgusting.
Yeah, that is correct. And they just went through a food establishment inspection report. And they found several infractions. When I went to check the history, there are several infractions similar that happened back in 2024. So it looks like they get inspected, they might do some cleanup, and then they commit the same infractions later on. I talked with workers, and some of them they're not able to help at all. Some of them they just send like brush off or send condolences. I talk with managers and they said like, yeah, we'll fix it, but nothing gets fixed. I talked with the owner of the building, and asked for like she requested that we tell her what we want her to do. And we have the contacts of the business owners.
Thank you. Siobhan, maybe the final statement. Hello?
I think it's Siobhan.
Siobhan? Hmm. Uh, Siobhan, we can't hear you if you're speaking.
I
saw
think he lost connection.
Okay.
Is he?
their hand went up again, and they
I know there's
also
like two
took
people. Is there
themselves
two
off
people?
mute.
Here, there's maybe another person. Maybe there's a couple people here.
Oh, yep,
Will the
there.
real Siobhan please stand up? Hello.
Hi, I didn't have the option to get off mute, but I also didn't raise my hand. I was just here as a spectator. So sorry if I made any indication that I was trying to speak. I wasn't.
Okay. Hi, Siobhan. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. This has been a very thorough meeting. I've actually been on since 7. So
Oh
it's
my
been,
God.
yes.
You guys are crazy. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for holding it out. Alex?
Yeah, I was just going to say, given the testimony we've just heard, I'd love to make a motion that we recommend a protest for Pasha's license on the grounds of peace, order, quiet, rodents, and trash, and all other applicable grounds.
Okay.
I'll second.
Discussion.
Can I speak for a second? I'm trying to raise my hand all day, but you're not giving me a chance.
Hello. Siobhan? Siobhan?
That's a Siobhan number 2, I guess. The other Siobhan.
Okay.
Discussion.
Sorry, I thought it was the same Siobhan and that they had like a background phone, so I hit mute. So they can take themselves off mute if they were trying to talk. That was accidental.
Oh boy. Okay.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry about that.
All right, this is Daniel. I'm the one of the Posh owners. So I heard all your concerns, but some of the concerns really is not just us. You know what I mean? I don't know how you guys get to the conclusion, like all those trashes or all those unorderly stuff like belongs to Posh, but nobody contacted me directly. I never heard of all those concerns. You know, we willing to work with the neighborhood, you know, as far as like sound issues or even trash. But this is my first time finding out all this stuff.
Mr. Danielle,
Yeah.
does Alan, does the director of the 9th Street Association have your contact information?
Yes, but I never heard of all these things. This is the first time I'm finding out. And then we've been keeping up, cleaning the places and all that stuff. You know what I mean? I'm trying my best to work with all the neighborhood. Yes, you have to make sure everything is in order. But right now, the way I'm hearing it is like, it's just unheard of. You know what I mean? For me, so it's like nobody contacts me about it.
Okay. Okay.
So it's
That's
very
good to
hard
know.
to find out. You know what I mean? It's very hard to find out this way because I don't want to present myself this way. You know what I mean? I want to be a good contributor and
I'm going to cut him off
ahead.
because he
Go ahead.
is overtly lying.
No.
We have spoken with him face to face.
With me, as person Daniel.
Yes. And
No.
I will walk back there with you from my house,
Okay.
and you can carry the toilet out.
I don't even know who to belong to that because I just found out today. I'm working.
He is lying.
actively
So
right now. I'm not
anything he's saying from now on is completely false. DOB, Department of Health, have been back there. They have filed the complaints multiple times. What we're hearing from him is useless at this point. The record, we have the records, we have submitted them.
Yes.
Mario,
You
has he been
know,
cited? Has he been cited by the District Department of Health or DPW?
I have the health report. I don't know if I forwarded to you, Frank, but we have the health report from the inspection on I think it was a couple of weeks ago.
Okay. So did you get my email? How did you?
This is the Department of Health.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can take it up with them if you have an issue.
September 26th.
Okay. So that back aisles belongs to
No,
multiple business.
unfortunately, the other business, Apio, keeps their trash in front of the building. So they don't have trash there. We've talked with the other owners, the one DJ on the one side, that we are in contact, the other DJ that I oftentimes, when I talk with your employees, and I tell them, you gotta keep it like this other business, The floor should be clean, should not be covering grime from the leaking grease trap. There should not be rat traps full of rats that I see the rats. I have videos of the rats
It
getting
doesn't
into
belong
the
to
rat
us.
traps.
How
Point
do
of
you do?
order, can one person
It
talk at a
doesn't belong
time,
to us.
please?
Okay.
Go ahead.
The specific barrels, the oil barrels, they don't even belong to us. It's not even on our side of the building. I don't know how you associate that barrels to Posh. How did you identify that with Posh?
It is
It's
directly
not.
behind your
No,
business.
no.
Yes, it is.
We've met. I have done the
I'm-
walkthrough, and I've also confirming that we
Yeah,
met with
I'm
Appio, and they keep their garbage in the front of the business. They have one grease container in the back, but there's another grease container, and there's lots of other garbage containers that
and
are not
not to take
Appio's.
not to
That
take
doesn't.
more time from the committee.
Okay.
I can forward all the evidence from April when I bought my home and the progress that have been done in those businesses. I have videos, I have photos, I have a reports file, multiple walks from different neighbors and different members of the community. Again, the rodent and vector control come here every week and they treat and they can give faith of that. I think the DOB has also been here. So again, I don't want to take any more time. If any evidence is needed, I can provide it at any time.
I think, yeah, we've heard enough. Let's put up the protest.
I'd like to call the question on the motion. Has it been seconded?
I don't know. I don't think it's been fully stated out yet. Can we restate the motion, Alex?
Yeah, I motion to protest Posh on the grounds of peace, order, quiet, rodent control, and trash, and all other applicable grounds.
I'll second.
I'd like to call the question.
Call the question. All in favor? Okay, the motion passes unanimously. Mr. Siobhan, we will get your information either from Mario or from
Please.
Alan. We would, we want to work something out with you, and we want
Chair,
to.
you have the wrong
Like,
name.
like
You're
I,
calling
like
the,
I, yes.
I'm sorry. I
correct
couldn't.
his name.
I think-
Siobhan is the young lady who we spoke to. We
Okay.
need to have his correct name
Okay,
and first and
Daniel.
last name.
Daniel. So it's
Dan-
Daniel. So,
Daniel.
Daniel, what's your
My
first and
apologies.
last name? Your
All right,
first and last name and email address, please.
yes, ma'am. Please. Okay. Daniel, Daniel. Last name, Hagos, Hagos. My email address would be Daniel.Noah, Noh, G like golf, M like Mike, @gmail.com. And then, like I said, I'm willing to work with you guys. You know, we try to make it the best of it. You know what I mean? Because I don't want to be the, any issue around here. You know what I mean?
Okay.
As long as I know, we will fix it on the spot. Let me put it that way. You know what I mean?
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Daniel.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Eileen, final comment of the night? You sign up for voting or okay?
No, that was, sorry, I got distracted and didn't put my hand down. Thanks.
Okay. All right. All right, we got one more in. That's good. And then okay, so we're going to meet on Monday, November 3rd at 7 p.m. And we also just voted to protest Posh. Okay, I think that concludes it before we go till tomorrow.
Thank you, Chair,
Um,
for leading a brilliant meeting. I appreciate it. Thank
Chair,
you.
Chair, I do have, outside of me being cut off 50 times, but I do have a request. I want to make sure I confirm all of the information I gave you. You plugged it into the spreadsheet yourself, or Rachel did, because I'm not doing it because I didn't have the time. I did do the research, but I did not plug your spreadsheet.
We incorporated your research into the motions to protest. I did not include it into the spreadsheet myself on all that information. If you are able to, that would be great. I think we already voted on. Okay, we already voted on them, so I think it's okay for future ones. We'll meet again on November 3rd. If not, I can just reach out to you individually and try and get that information.
Okay, thank you.
And then Ms. Gall, thank you so much. I think you really did your research and it really showed tonight. So thank you for that.
Yeah, you did amazing research, and I appreciated everything that you did.
Thank you for your support, Jen. Thank you, committee.
Okay. All right. Good night, everybody.
Good
Sleep
night.
well.
Night.
Thank you for your time.
Good night.